Yeah, but I can't find the bell. I don't see it. All right, thank you very much. 50%, we're still missing 50%. Those of us at the back, please can we just sit down? We will catch up later. We will network later. Thank you very much. Wow, there must be a powerful force outside pushing everybody in. Of course, if you can't listen to the MC, you must listen to the president. Presidential push. All right. Those standing, please can we respectfully sit down? Gentleman, lady behind, I can see you. Can we sit down, please? We want a very organized atmosphere. Yeah, this is what I want. Okay, at 75%, I think we are good. Now, before I pass the mic to my distinguished colleague here, we want to appeal once again on behalf of Mansag and the local organizing committee. We have about 7 distinguished speakers. If we give them 20 minutes each, that will be about 2 hours, 30 minutes. And we'll still have other speakers. So please, apart from our first speaker today, every other speaker will be speaking for 10 minutes. I'm going to walk close to you, so when you see me, you know your time is up. 10 minutes. You are all wonderful speakers. You are professional in this field. You know how to hit 10 minutes if you really want to hit 10 minutes. The first speaker will have an additional 5 minutes because they are serving two purposes in this event. So they are going to have 15 minutes. Every other speaker, professor, doctor, emeritus, evaristus, everybody. Please, I need to state this clear, because if not, this event will run into the night. Having said that, I'd like to pass the mic over to distinguished Professor Eriko Sima. Please give him a wonderful round of applause.
Thank you very much. You like to bully everybody, right?
On behalf of Mansag, we are not bullying, we are appealing.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So this is a very important plenary session. And just to kick off, because we want to save time, I will call the first speaker. And the first speaker is Chisha Kawachati Gannon. Did I pronounce it well? Did I pronounce it name?
Nearly. Tista Chakravati Gannon.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So, can I just give a brief citation of her? She is from the GMC. She's the head of operations for outreach at the GMC, where she co-leads a team focused on developing learning and interventions for doctors and medical students. Our interests include medical ethics and supporting local revalidation efforts. Before joining the GMC, Tista works extensively in stakeholder management and provided support to abuse survivors, particularly in children's and mental health services. Recently, she has collaborated with national partners on end-of-life care and worked with regulatory bodies to enhance collaborative efforts. So we welcome Trisha to the podium. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. It is so good to be back with you. I was with you last year. I had a bit longer, but I promise I won't go over my 15 that I've negotiated. When I came to you last year, one of the things that I was really pleased about was Chris and the team were very keen for this to be an ongoing, more extensive collaboration between Mansag and GMC. And I will update you on some of that because I'm delighted that has happened. But for today's focus, as you'll see, I'm going to be talking about GMP, Good Medical Practice, our standards, because, as I hope many of you are aware, the new GMP came into effect this year. And I think that these new standards, well, they are very much designed to support you, and I think it will be particularly helpful for members. So that's going to be my focus. You'll see that I've entitled my talk, A Paradigm Shift to Anti-Discrimination. And what I mean by that, the anti-discrimination element, is that for too long as a system, we have been in a place where we talk about discrimination is bad, don't do it. Well, duh. Where we actually need to be is in a place where we are actively seeking out, actively preventing, and actively tackling discrimination. And the new standards come very much into that place. I'm not going to labour the detail too much, but Domain 3 of GMP is essentially a seismic shift that goes into that anti-discrimination space. The other elements, they've evolved too. There's themes of anti-bias peppered throughout, but Domain 3 is all about that prevention, seeking out, and tackling. When we meet with those who have influence, employers, medical educators, leadership groups, we recognise very much that standards are all very well and good, but there is an implementation gap. So we want to work with those groups to help them embed those standards. It can't just be words on a page. The work needs to be done on the ground to actually create change. So that's what my team outreach spend their time doing. Sue is here today. We're on one of the sponsorship stands, so please do speak with her. But that's what they do. They work day in, day out on the ground, encouraging leaders to drive that change. And what I'm going to do now is show you a snapshot of how we're doing that. So we've got myriad interventions, which I'll come to, but we've created a series of videos to try and help colleagues realise what so many of us are subject to on the ground, whether that be misogyny, whether that be racism, whether that be IMGs having a really poor start because they're not supported. Those are the kind of themes that we look at through these videos. And I was debating whether to show you. So one of the videos I wrote is the Ghanaian IMG who is just not welcomed. And last year I talked to you quite extensively about welcoming and valuing IMGs. So I was debating whether to show you that. But I think it's better, particularly given our recent ED&I report, to focus on the racism aspect. So that's the one that I'm going to show you today. So we have sound, but brace yourselves because it was a little bit loud before, so we'll just see what happens. And just before I hit play, Ramesh, you've seen this about 5 times now. Look interested. Anyway.
So Mr. Davis is in bed 7.
See you later, Dr. Bam. Dr. Bam?
Yeah, they can't say my name.
What, Banerjee?
I know. Hello, Mr. Davies. My name is Dr. Banerjee. understand that you have some pain in your tummy, so I would like to examine you and try and see what's going on.
Sorry, who did you say you were? Doctor what now?
Dr. Banerjee, I'm one of the emergency doctors.
Are you sure you're not one of the cleaners or a nurse?
No, I can assure you I am a doctor. It says here on my lanyard.
Well, you could have picked that up from anywhere. If you are really a doctor, where do you come from?
Come from Newcastle.
No, but where are you really from?
Mr. Davies, I can assure you that I'm both a doctor and that I grew up in Newcastle. Now, I am really concerned about this pain in your stomach. We need to find out what's wrong with you.
Well, I'm not sure. Is it possible for me to see another doctor?
Well, we are extremely busy at the moment, and like I said, I'm really concerned about the pain you're in. But if you'd like to tell me the reasons why you'd like to see another doctor, then that would be really helpful, and I can see what I can do.
And suddenly he has nothing to say. You know, I wrote this thing. I've seen it more than Ramesh, 20,000 times, and I still get mad when I see it. Now we've got Dr. Banerjee's reflections to camera.
This is not the first time something like this has happened to me. It's really difficult to manage because I know I have to be respectful to patients and make sure that their care is my priority, but this kind of thing, it's hard. I know that Mr. Davies is only questioned whether I'm a doctor because of the colour of my skin, and it's really offensive when people don't believe me when I say that I come from the UK. The NHS and Trust have zero tolerance policies on racism, but it happens all the time. That's why I asked Mr. Davies to explain why he wanted to see another doctor, but sometimes I just want to challenge patients head on when they behave like this, but I'm not sure that I should. It really affects me. It's why I brush off the little things like people not being able to say my name. At least they're friendly. It still gets to me, to be honest, but it's nothing like the really horrible stuff I get. In my old hospital, one of the nurses said I always smell of curry. I mean, I don't even eat curry. And of course, patients like Mr. Davies. Anyway, another tough day and it's only 10 o'clock.
Right, if you've got your mobiles handy, could you pick them up and go on to menti.com? And now I've got a couple of questions for you. So if you just type menti.com, and the code, it might be a bit small at the back for you, 12010694. So 12010694. Okay. It's amazing when we run these videos, there are still groups of people who don't recognise that this is an extremely common occurrence. It is just astounding. Okay. So, in terms of that overt racism, I mean, this is still a terrible picture. The majority feel that it would be taken seriously, but a significant, and it's getting higher, feel that it wouldn't be taken seriously. And that's a huge indictment within itself. But now let's have a look at my next question for you. What about, and it's not a colleague who can't say her name, because we've all been there, it's a colleague who refuses to say her name, who has decided that her name is too strange for him to bother saying when we've got, I mean, have you seen some of the names in Yorkshire? Place names. I can say that because Yorkshire's my home from home. Yeah. And this still shocks me, but does not surprise me, unfortunately. And I have to say, she talks in the video about the little things and how we dismiss them or tolerate them. They're not little, though, when it keeps happening again and again and again, because it can be the straw that breaks your back. And for me, personally, and you may have a different view, which is absolutely fine, but when it's from a client, because my background, I still do some on-call in SARC, Sexual Assault Referral Centre, and you get less of it there, to be honest. But if it's a client or patient, I personally find it much less difficult than when it's from a colleague, because that's my colleague. And if they can't respect me, what does that say about my working environment? So she asked, she said she doesn't know what she's able to do. The standards, to go back to them, now demand that action is taken, okay? And we've disambiguated between everyone and those in leadership roles, which is why we've been targeting those in leadership roles when we go out, when outreach go out and deliver this work. Leaders. Hopefully that's better. No. It's better because you can't hear me. Here we go. Wonderful. All right. So yes, those leaders must act. So the standards back you up in the experiences I know you will be facing. And please do speak to Sue about how we can do that. Now, I shared this slide with you last time, so I'm not going to labour it too much, but just in brief. We have myriad interventions, like I said. These are important here. Yes, they are. However, when we get to this stage, it's too late. Colleagues and perhaps patients have been harmed. So we really want to focus on the golden circle interventions and the first couple of circles, actually, because this is where we can do that seeking out and preventing piece. So that's our focus, and what we say to leaders and employers, we've got this implementation gap, as I say, where we can set standards, but when it comes to organisations, we have limited remit in actually implementing them, and we need colleagues' help to actually deliver these interventions. So what we say to them is, well, if you don't do this, the data will not change. Oh, there's a bit of a lag, so you might not be able to see the data. I'll leave it up there, but it might show in a minute, we'll see. But essentially, this slide is about the systemic racism, and it looks at the data around disproportionate referral, around differential career progression. And the good news is that is narrowing in terms of disproportionate referral. However, there are some areas around differential career progression that have slipped back. We published the report, was it last week? So do have a look at what's happening. But it's colleagues delivering those interventions on the ground that have helped narrow that gap. If the data isn't good enough for them to show the moral imperative to deliver anti-racist, anti-misogynistic interventions, then we show them, that one worked, the productivity piece. Because these things affect productivity as well as our well-being. And then finally, and I think you're hearing from Bola later, Bola talks about about stories being data with soul. And we show them what is happening in their organizations, and these are all real examples that my team have picked up. A couple were said to me. I remember comforting a couple of these people. I'll just pause for a second and let you read that. And I defy any leader to tell me that this does not make them incandescent. This is happening in their departments, in their organisations, and it must stop. So let's collaborate to drive that change. As I say, some change is happening, but it's not rolled out everywhere. And I'd love to continue working with Mansag. We worked with BIDA recently to roll out a particular programme. We've been working with BAPIO for years, and I'd love to continue that collaboration with Mansag so we can get these things implemented. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a resounding round of applause. We might just take one question at the end. Nice.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very insightful. When the speaker mentioned about differential attainment, I just think of Mumtaz. She's done so much work in that area. All right, so our next speaker will be Dr. Mumtaz Patel. I've known Mumtaz for about 20 years. She's a very good friend of mine. She's a consultant nephrologist in Manchester, UK, currently serving as the acting president of the Royal College of Physicians, London, after being elected vice president for education and training in 2023. She graduated with honors from the University of Manchester in 1996, so she's completely Mancunian. Yeah, so she earned her MRCP in 2000 and completed a PhD in 2006. And she, just to let you know, her area of interest is lupus and lupus nephritis. Appointed consultant nephrologist in 2007. She has held numerous educational roles. I mean, she is my mentor in my educational portfolio and oversees postgraduate education. She's everywhere. One moment she's in Jordan, one moment she's in India. She's very passionate about what she does. Our research focuses on assessment, fairness, differential attainment, and she has published extensively in medical education. Thank you. We welcome Mumtaz Patel to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibi, for the warm welcome, as always, and a great friend, and great to be here. I think last year I was in Egypt, I think it was, when the conference was happening, and I joined virtually to talk about differential attainment. So it's my great pleasure to be here in person, in home territory in Manchester. So thank you for having me. And Trista, great presentation. I can completely resonate with most of the things that you've said. I think I was called Emma when I was 16 because nobody could pronounce Mumtaz when I was doing work experience, and as a junior doctor, I was called all sorts of things, and many times refused to see a doctor if they're Asian or black. And then when you say there's nobody else to be seen, you think, well, you've got me, you've got me. So completely resonate with that. But I'd hope things are changing positively, slowly but surely, but still lots of work to do. So my bit today is slightly different flavour, and Chris asked me to talk about more of the global work. Sorry, I'm just going to, so you put it down. So I'm going to go through a little bit of the background of RCP London, overview of the RCP strategy, and Chris asked me to talk more so around some of the global work, and more so how we can collaborate with Mansag going forwards as well. So I'll give a little bit of an overview, and also around the Medical Training Initiative Scheme, because I know brain drain is a huge problem in Africa, as well as many low middle income countries, and how we can better support as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the background of RCP London, for those who don't know, so we have two bases, one in London itself, in Regent's Park, and the other one here is up in Liverpool. We're one of the largest, oldest colleges, over 500 years old, and just at one of the events a few days ago, I always say that there's great history, but then modernization is probably needed for the college, and there's that dichotomy between old and new, and something that I'm certainly challenged with in my current role with how we move things forwards. We have over 40,000 members, all kind of through the career path, from medical students to resident doctors to more senior doctors. And like I say, our bases, we have one up north as well. Next slide, please. Sorry, just to move to the next slide, if you can. Wonderful. Okay. Sorry, the last bit doesn't project so well, but I can talk through it. So our broader vision for RCP London is improving healthcare for all. And our 3 strategic themes in the middle are around educating, which is something very close to my heart, improving and influencing. And I guess, the influencing work is broader in what we do, and then the improving is around healthcare and also around prevention. Again, around health inequality is something, again, close to my heart. It's a lot of work that we've done. And the last bit that you can't see is around more principles. And EDI is a very strong part of what we do, and diversity and inclusion, diversity of thinking, bi-directional learning, a lot of international work. So I was Global Vice President for 3 years, the best job probably that I've done, because you learn so much when you travel and you see, and I find it really rewarding learning from different parts of the world, and how we can build networks and that power in what we can do together is something that is, sort of really, really important. And I think hopefully we can build on with Mansag and other partners here as well. Fantastic, thank you. And then moving on to the global themes. So when I became Global Vice President back in 2020, we developed the new strategy and the different themes around it. So membership support engagement is absolutely key, something perhaps the college has lost more recently, but certainly that we can build on over time. Education and training, supporting the international medical workforce. We do big, strong in exams, both in the UK and internationally, and then broader projects that we do mapped to our vision, mission, and principles. And broadly speaking, what we want to do is, improve healthcare for all, but also around the personal and professional development of our doctors as well. So that's kind of something that we're very much committed to as well. Next slide, please. So talking a bit about the Medical Training Initiative Scheme, as Chris asked me to do. So that is a training scheme, one of the largest that we hold in RCP London. And it's mutually beneficial in the sense that, doctors come from internationally that we could support with the sponsorship, with the visa acquisition, with the supervisor and the trust and all the organizational things that come. And the placements could be from 6 months to 2 years. And then doctors come from international sort of areas, acquire experience, also share their experience, and then can go back and take that experience back to their home countries. And it's a very mutually beneficial in the sense that, kind of from the UK perspective, we have so many gaps that the gaps can be filled by high quality trainees that we can support. And it's spread over, many countries over the world, and, particularly in Southeast Asia, where we have a big in South Asia, also in Africa, but across the way. And what we've done over the years is improved how we do our induction, our support, our interviews, streamline the process, and we have a very efficient process. But again, something that we can build on, perhaps through our Mansag colleagues as well, to kind of develop. And since its inception, we have around 200 to 250 international medical graduates that we host on an annual basis. And that kind of is across, kind of all parts of the country. Everybody wants to come to London, but then, we have placements around the country, and they probably get a better deal away from London, if I'm honest, as well. So again, big spread across different parts of the world, but again, something that we can possibly build on. And again, the support that can be provided is mutually beneficial, both for the doctor coming, but also for us, as well as the trust. Education and training, the key theme again. So in my primary role as Vice President Education and Training, again, something close to my heart of how we develop, how we support individuals through their career, through lifelong learning, and those key themes around, kind of supporting individuals' well-being, EDI, collaboration improvement, all those things which are so important. So doctors as educators, as leaders, as lifelong learners and researchers. So those are the key themes that we do within the college as well. And again, something that we could support internationally and have done. And this can be done by providing high quality resources. During the COVID times, a lot of things were done virtually, and that's a really good way of accessing lots of people around the world, face-to-face delivery, both in-house in the UK, but also internationally, and then curriculum development in lots of different facets that you can see. Wider projects that are mapped across the RCP mission, vision and principles. So I was in Kampala in Uganda in August, I think it was, supporting the exams there. And Exicop is our key partner, East Central Southern African College of Physicians. Just yesterday, we signed our MOU with the West African College of Physicians based in Nigeria with Afolabi, who's one of our international advisors. And a lot of this is around education and training, around exam support, around personal professional development and lifelong learning. So, it's about improving standards globally. And again, it's great to be able to support that and be part of the journey across. So I think lots more work that we can do with the West African College of Physicians as well. They were our partner college over 15 years ago, and I think, then we supported more the inception of the college, but I think there's more work that we can do across the colleges. And even when I was in Kampala, I met with Professor Ansa, who did the external examining from the West African College, and I came from RCP, so lovely collaborative working as well. The other thing which is very close to my heart is the Global Women Leaders Program that we set up, an idea that came to my mind in late 2020 during COVID, as if we didn't have anything better to do during that time. So women in senior leadership positions are very much underrepresented. 70% of the workforce women, less than 25% in the UK are in senior leadership positions. When you go to low middle income countries, that's less than 5%. It's absolutely stark. So what can we do? It's nothing about individual capability. It's about system change. It's about champions and wider support. So we've been working with key stakeholders to drive change nationally, developing champions at a local, regional level, and then individually developing leadership capability in different parts of the world. And this is some of the feedback and the programs that we've run. Pakistan is the lowest on the gender leadership gap, then Jordan, which is where we've done the program next. Then we're collaborating with the WHO, and we're working with Nigerian colleagues as well to deliver programs in Nigeria. So lots more work to do. And this just shows, again, that trajectory of the college impact from undergraduate medical school to going into early career grade doctors, postgraduate career grade doctors, to lifelong learning. And the place is, across, so lots and lots of potential of what we can do together. And the last slide is around how we can explore synergies from the global work that we do within RCP and what you do within Mansag. And Chris and I go back a long way, so we're fellow consultant colleagues in Manchester many years ago, and it's great to be reconnected back. And it's, again, how we can build on what relationships that we have. So whether it's education and training, whether it's developing the medical training initiative scheme, leadership program, faculty development, there's so much potential. And Ibi and I have chatted quite a bit as well, both what we can do in Nigeria, but also broader across the region as well. So thank you so much for listening. A bit of a whistle-stop tour. I'm very happy to share my slides for the detail. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give her a huge round of applause again. She kept to time. Thank you very much. And that has been Dr. Mukhtar Patel, the president. All right, over to you, sir. When you see me standing by you, you know you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mumtaz is such a great friend. And when I think about the West African College, I'm going to the West African College on Monday. I'm speaking there. I was invited to speak. So she's moved it very fast to have this MOU signed because it was dormant 15 years ago. So we're really thankful to Mumtaz. Thank you. So the next speaker is Professor Philip Benfield. I'm sure you have heard the name. If you're part of the BMA, you'll see his signature. So Professor Philip Benfield is the chair of the BMA, British Medical Association. He has served as a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist in North Wales for 29 years, and is an honorary professor at Cardiff University. He is known for his teaching and innovations, and particularly in computerized fetal heart rate analysis. His efforts have significantly contributed to reducing maternal and infant mortality rates through national quality improvement roles and an obstetric assessor for UK maternal death inquiries. He also has actively campaigned for the NHS reforms. I see most of his write-ups advocating for whistleblower protections and a transparent safety culture. In July 2022, he was elected chair of the UK Council for a 3-year term of the BMA. He lives in North Wales. It's a very beautiful part of the country, with his wife and 5 children and 6 grandchildren. Welcome, Professor Banfield.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. As you know, I feel very much at home with Mansag. Next slide, please. No, one back. Well, that's it. Thank you. But as usual, Larger and Bola have managed to go to Nigeria for the timing of the Mansag meeting this year. I will need, and I will be available for you to advise me, though, across the morning, because their oldest daughter is getting married in March, and I need advice about Nigerian weddings. Okay, so Larger and Bola have pre-warned me that it's going to take some endurance and stamina. Look, you know, I am your professional troublemaker. All right, we are here to represent you and to give you a trade union that represents all of you until you feel that we are representing your needs. We have not done our job. Okay, so, you know, thank you very much for people saying thank you for the things that we've done, all right, but I want you to keep at us until we've delivered on all the other things as well. And of course, what we realise is we can't do everything, which means that some of the support that you need has to come from other places. And this is the importance of the diaspora associations, because what you need sometimes is someone who understands what it's like to be you in that situation. All right? I can give you lots of employment advice, right? But I can't be there with you holding your hand every minute of the day. And until you feel that there's someone with you by your side, we all still have work to do. Next slide, please. So, look, you know, we are not a UK workforce. We are an international workforce in the UK. Right? International medical graduates, people who have come from all sorts of backgrounds. And you've heard me say it before, our NHS in our country is richer for that diversity. Right? And we seek the inclusion that then makes people feel that they can be and bring the best part of them to work, whoever and whatever they are. Next slide, please. Now, my problem is that I've got to take a BMA, your trade union, that traditionally has been a middle-aged white man's gentleman's club, and I've got to take it to represent the membership that is the reality of today. Right? So 50% are women. Nearly 50% are from a black and ethnic minority background. Right? That's the challenge that I still have for you. I work in a great department. How do I do that, though? I do that by trying to shift what we do as a big BMA into what we do with you in the workplace. And there are 5 pillars to this. So I can just go back with them. All right, that is about us having well-trained reps in the workplace, and I'm going to come back to that, but being there, being seen, being visible with you in the workplace, and fighting for that just culture that we know has to happen, and that we've had indications we're slowly creeping towards, but we have to deliver on it. Next slide. I'm not going to labour the point. You know all these data, all right? Just how discriminatory, bias, unfair and unjust you find the workplace in the UK in still 2024. Next slide. All right. So we are calling, and it's really nice to hear about the GMC. Do you know what? I love those. I love those videos. All right, because actually, most of the time, people do not understand the harm they are causing, and just how damaging the little things are. Right, and how little effort it takes to actually sort it out. That's something that we can do in the workplace, every day. We are and have pressured the GMC to try to anonymise both the GMC process, but also one step back, anonymise the employer referral to try and get more fairness and equity. We keep trying to find the evidence that says that that helps. Unfortunately, no one can actually produce the actual data. So there's maybe a little bit of apocryphal stories there, but let's keep driving anyway. So the BMA can help you with all sorts of practical things. Right? This is kind of thing that you know the BMA for. But what I've got to do is I've got to get the BMA into our hearts, into the workplace. All right? That's my challenge. That's my challenge for you. And actually, do you know what? Sometimes we get it right. Next slide, please. This is hot off the press. Please don't quote it outside, and I have anonymised it. But just occasionally, we win the race discrimination case. So this is from this week, right? And I've left the wording up there. But obvious race discrimination, they have been awarded £578,643. Now, the actual practicality is that it's really difficult to link the discrimination to the detriment. Right? And I think what we were talking about with the GMC, with Tesla's presentation about being there earlier, right? We've got to get into that space to prevent it from happening. Next slide, please. So the BMA has done a lot of stuff nationally. We've proved that we can take collective action and that we can move things nationally. And that includes, for example, I'm going to be giving evidence again on Monday to the COVID inquiry, right? And highlighting that COVID did not affect the workforce and our population equally. Right? Now, that's not just the observation of how COVID worked on black and ethnic minority population, but it also reflects that actually you're too nice, because you don't fight for what you should be entitled to. And we don't stand up enough for you to fight so that you get the right protection and that you're not transferred and given completely rubbish terms and conditions. Right? That's our job to be with you. So we've got a slight tick about can we organise it nationally? But what we need to do, of course, is to shift that into the local workplace, to empower you, to get rid of that sense of learnt helplessness. This is last night in North Wales, right? The rainbow, and I put the rainbow up because you don't get a rainbow unless you've got rain and sunshine at the same time, right? That's the situation that we're in at the moment. Our job is to get the best outcomes for everyone and to make the change and be the change that we want to see. Last slide, please. And I just don't want you to think that we are resting on any laurels. There are no laurels here, all right? There is still so much to do, and I count on you to apply that pressure and keep reminding us of what you need us to be as your trade union. Thank you.
May we give him another round of applause? Thank you so very much. Definitely, we're going to invite all of them back if you have questions. We have about 10, 12 minutes, thereabouts, for question time for all of them. So just write them down. Next speaker, please. And that will be for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, MC. The next speaker is Dr. Fatima Kyari. She came all the way from Nigeria. She's the registrar, CEO of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. It's equivalent of the GMC. So she's come all the way to tell us what's going on in Nigeria. So just a few words about her. She's a registrar, CEO of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, and an associate professor of ophthalmic epidemiology of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, where she leads the Glaucoma Clinical and Research Network. She also serves as an associate professor of ophthalmology and director of the Institute for Advanced Medical Research and Training at the University of Abuja. That's the capital city, for those that don't know. Nigeria and is also an honorary consultant ophthalmologist at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. She has a strong background in public health. She has participated in international policy development, including WHO's World Report on Vision and Nigeria's National Eye Health Policy. She is a sub-regional co-chair for the International Agency for Prevention of Blindness and serves on its board of trustees. Additionally, she chairs the Glaucoma Society of Nigeria, or she chairs the Glaucoma Society of Nigeria and the Scientific Committee of the Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria, advocating the IL policy at various levels. So welcome, Dr. Fatima Kyari, to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All that was my previous life. So I'm here with Deputy Registrar, Dr. Wakama, who has been with the MDCN for over 10 years. And I would like him to start with saying what the Act, the laws of the Federation of Nigeria says about what MDCN does. So he would say it first.
Good morning, everyone. What you see on the slide is just a description of what the Medical and Dental Council stands for. Basically, the law allows us to determine the skills and knowledge of persons who wish to practice medicine and who will be registered on the medical register and to review those standards from time to time. And how do we get around that? So we developed the medical curriculum for the nation, and it serves as a national template upon which universities can add but not remove anything from. So it's a guide for all the medical schools in Nigeria. And we have right now about 57 accredited medical schools, and we have about 13 others in the offing, probably within the 1 year that we join. Nigeria is getting bigger, and the government is actually opening up more space for training. We also organize accreditation visitations to those institutions from time to time. Yesterday, I heard someone talking, and he said something about OSCE not being known in that land. I think a whole lot of people haven't been to Nigeria in 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, because there is no medical school in Nigeria that's not running OSCE. And in fact, I also heard someone talk about health entrepreneurship, management, ICT. All those are embedded in Nigeria curriculum. It's important that we all know that the world is becoming a global village, and there's hardly anything happening anywhere that you don't find some semblance of it happening elsewhere. And we go around and we see that when we pick up good things anywhere, we take it home, and we encourage you to do that too. That's part of the reason we're here. Because if you were not interested in what's happening back home, you probably wouldn't be identifying with Mansag. And because you're in Mansag, you owe us a duty to show your face once in a while. Of course, we maintain the register of doctors. And how do we do that? Getting you registered. That's part of the reason we're here. Make sure you're linked up so that if you have any cost to visit home, you're properly licensed to carry out whatever responsibility you want to do, be it outreaches or any sort of help to your communities. If you're not on a register, you'll be doing that illegally, and we will not take that kindly with you. Of course, we have our code of medical ethics. That serves as a code of conduct for the medical practice. It's something we review from time to time. It talks about the tenets of the profession, those do's and don'ts that are expected of you and that are not expected of you. It's a book that we hold so dearly, and we use it like, will I say, I don't want to mention any holy book, but you know what I mean. Of course, we also, in addition to our job of regulating medicine, dentistry, we also regulate the alternative medicine professions of homeopathy, naturopathy, acupuncture, and sometimes the chiropractors. These are areas that are not too well developed in the country. And of course, need I say, probably everywhere in the world, they're the endangered group. And we're trying to make the best of what we have. We don't have well-established schools for those things. So most practitioners of those professions in Nigeria must have trained outside the country. They have some schools that we haven't really accredited, but we are looking towards developing more. Of course, we also regulate clinical laboratory practice where it affects pathologists. We have another sister agency that regulates for laboratory scientists. So we partner when it comes to regulation of the pathology space and practice within Nigeria, and then other functions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wakama. The next one, please. So that performing other functions gives us a lot of room to do a lot of things. As the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, we would like to align with the Minister's 4-point agenda, which you see here, in talking about governance, population health outcomes, unlocking the healthcare value chain, and health security for all Nigerians. Next slide, please. So this is where we sit when it comes to the Minister's 4-point agenda as MDCN, the regulator. So there are a lot of interfaces where we, have to highlight and in alignment with the Minister's 4-point agenda. Next slide, please. I had planned to talk in 3 minutes because I was told I had 3 minutes. We are able to present our PhD. I presented my PhD in 3 minutes, so I thought I was going to do that, but I think it's now 10 minutes, so it gives me more room. So what are the enablers? MDCN plays an important role in delivering this minister's strategic blueprint, but we need to reflect on our own MDCN strategic blueprint, and as regulators, we have to follow the processes. Next slide, please. So we focus on 3 pillars for now, and next slide, please. So these are our 3 pillars. Patient safety, healthcare ecosystem, and core service functions. Next slide, please. I will call on Wakama again to talk about the core function, the core values that we have.
All right, so again, sometime not too long ago, Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, appointed a new set of leadership for Council. The chairman is Professor Lacey, and the registrar chief executive is the one next to me here. We are trying to reposition Council to focus on these 3 core values of integrity, collaboration, and excellence. Integrity in the sense that we have 0 tolerance for unethical practices, and we want to position Council to be a preeminent body when it comes to issues of ethics. And our dealings with our clients and in all our stakeholders will be such that ethical consideration and integrity will take preeminence. When it comes to collaboration, just as we're here, we're with AMPA, we're with different bodies, trying to seek collaborations and partnerships that will make for improved regulatory space for medicine and dentistry, as well as alternative medicine in the country. And talking about excellence, our goal is actually to position ourselves to be the leading medical regulatory authority, not just in Africa, but in the whole wide world. And I tell you, we're getting close to it. Just about 2 months ago, we just completed our exams for foreign-trained medical graduates. Some of you may have done it before you came over here. And we had about 1,000 candidates from all over the world. And just like I said, we use the OSCE exams, computer-based tests, and other forms of assessment. And we had about 300 examiners, internal, and 30 external examiners, making them 330 going to. I think that is the most objective, most transparent examination anywhere in the world. We had international observers who came there and they tested to it, and they'd never seen anything like that. That was coming from Nigeria, and you ain't seen nothing yet. Thank you.
Yes. So I want to highlight, our 3 strategic pillars again, just to ensure that you understand where we are heading to and you know what we do. And one of the main things we want to do is expansion of our medical schools. I have spoken to leaders of education around the world, both in the UK and Americas, and they are surprised at the level of ambition that we have. I don't know whether because they think it's not doable or whether because they think we're Nigerians, but we are going to do it. And we are going to do it by looking at how we deliver the curriculum effectively to a larger class without impinging too much on the human resources and trainers that we have or the structure, the infrastructure that we have. But we also have to think about retention capacity. So we train more and we make room for more to be employed. Honorable Minister is not here, but he is very well aware that if we must train more, then we must give more room for employment to retain them. We also want to facilitate, Mobi Health, you mentioned, we had a discussion with you, facilitate and encourage healthcare facilities to extend their digital platform. So we are not going to take digital practitioners on themselves. Our guideline will not allow that. It has to be an extension of a physical space because there has to be continuity of care. If there is care on the digital platform and that person needs to be seen physically, then there must be a continuity of care. So we have a guideline, and we're about to launch the guideline. It's actually been verified, and it's been approved. Next slide, please. So talking about the OSCE and the PLAB, just a note, I met your chief examiner for PLAB a few days ago, and he did mention that Nigerians they make up about maybe the 3rd or 4th largest group of people that write the PLAB. But one remarkable thing, our quality is very high because they do pass a lot. So we are very proud of the doctors that we produce. We remain proud and we continue to do it. It's world class. It's a validation that they're sought all over the world, but it's not nice because we're hemorrhaging and we're losing doctors. We're losing doctors to a population that has enough. We don't. We're not meeting the needs of our population. So we're trying to produce more. And we're seeing how we can produce more, maintaining the same quality and standards, and hoping that they remain with us. So strategic pillar 2 now is to increase our digitization. So I have expansion 1, second is digitization, because digitization will give us the platform to do our regulation well, our core function, which is regulation, credentialing, and producing the master register. So we also want to update and produce the master register, and I hope all of you would like to update your profiles on that master register. Because if you don't update your profiles, it might be the wrong thing. You might be specialists now, but you haven't registered as specialists, so it will not show. So I would implore you to go to the MDCN website, click on the doctor profile. If you have already, if you graduated from Nigeria, you would already have. You click on your profile and update it. We're also ensuring that we have data protection because we hold a lot of data. I think it's the largest regulation for the Black population. You know, we're also the exporters, the largest exporter of Black doctors across the world. So we hold our data very dear, and we are ensuring that we have the information security management systems, the ISO 2700. We're working towards that so that you feel confident that your data are being protected. And then, of course, we want to revamp the whole enterprise architecture. We're working on our website, which is our front office, and then we're working on all the portals, the different portals. We have portals for housemanship, we have portals for doctor access, we have portals for staff, and even the doctors, we have different drop-downs, you know, the exams, the exams, the provisional registration, the full registration, the temporary registration, the exit register, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So the third pillar is governance and laws and codes. We have to ensure that we keep to governance and laws and codes. And we increase awareness of what constitutes best practice. So we want to educate people. We give our laws and codes. It's online, we give the booklets, but people don't read. So we have to educate. We have certification and courses for resource persons and collaborators. We're working on ensuring that we float this and people can access it, especially our resource persons and also collaborators. A case comes to mind. A few months ago, a Nigerian doctor was struck off the register of the GMC because then the doctor said, you know what the doctor said? In Nigeria, it's allowed. He did something, and he was like, in Nigeria, it's allowed. And we looked at it. We asked for the whole proceeding, and we looked at what that proceeding said, and what he said Nigeria was allowed. It definitely wasn't allowed. That doctor was not trained in Nigeria, was trained elsewhere, and you know the case I'm talking about. And we have called that person to come and show us in our act or in our practice where that is allowed in Nigeria. And by the way, if a doctor is struck off or sanctioned by any medical council around the world, they're not going to come back to Nigeria and be on our register. They're not. It's a global process. It's a global verification process. So if a doctor is struck off anywhere, they're not coming back to Nigeria. I don't think there's a back end to come to Nigeria because they always think that we are the low fence. Everybody thinks that they can come to Nigeria and, you know, come back through the back door. It doesn't happen. Next slide, please. So we work on governance, laws, and guidelines. That's why I started with the Act for you. We have an Act, and we have financial regulations, how we collect money, how we use money, and we have our public service rules. As I stand here with you, I have to know how to behave because I have to, you know, speak according to the public service rules. Next. So how do we engage with Mansag? I've spoken with the incoming and the outgoing president. Next. So there's an increasing desire to get a practice license, no matter what your practice platform is. So we in Nigeria, we don't think the clinics and the hospitals are the only practice platforms. Even administrators, we call them, that's your practice platform. Public health, communities, digital health, phone, that's your practice platform. So if you are here and your relative calls you and says, my papa is in the hospital, talk to the doctor, that's a practice platform. And it is an offense for you to give instruction for practice in Nigeria if you're not licensed. So we encourage you to get licensed, up to date, be up to date, and And we try to ensure that we have a seamless way of getting that done. So apart from the portal, we have a global networks portal, which we are just about finishing developing. And all the international doctors, Nigerian doctors, can log on to that, update their profiles, and make payments. So what is important here is you can pay with the currency of where you are working at. And we're just finalizing again the rules, what the Accountant General allows on how we can collect foreign currency, and then it has to be converted to Naira before it gets to us. I hope you understand me. So we have to have that permission to do that, and we're working on it. Next slide, please. So proposed payment plan. So some of you have said, oh, we have been practicing in the UK. We have GMC regulation. We've been paying, but now MDCN says we must pay for the last 20 years that we have been here. Yes, you will pay because you're practicing too. And if you want to update your platform, your practice, then you pay your arrears. But what we are going to do, unless you don't want to, what we are going to do is remove the surcharge for the past years, okay? And then make you pay only the last 10 years. So 20,000 times 10, 200,000. Please, how much is that? 20 pounds? 200? Sorry, 200? 100 pounds, sorry, 100 pounds. 100 pounds. Right. For the past 10 years, you pay 100 pounds to update your license, to update your practicing license. How fair is that?
It's 10 pounds. Is it not 20,000?
20,000 times 10. Okay. 200,000.
200,000. 100 pounds.
100 pounds. For past 10 years. Please, how fair is that? Thank you. How fair is that? Eh? But if you miss it this year, the surcharge will come back and all the charges will come back. So do it before 31st December. He's asking me to look at the time. So do it before 31st of December. And I think that's fair. I don't want to compare because even our certificate of good standing is about 100 pounds. Our certificate of good standing is 100 pounds. But they pay 800 pounds for PLAB. And they're complaining that we're charging 100 pounds for certificate of good standing. Next. So education and faculty teaching, we also discussed that. We welcome that opportunity, but remember we also have to, we do foster teaching engagement, but we have to ensure that standards are being met. And we also have to be assured of the continued high quality of training. We don't want a flash in the pan kind of thing, a feel good for the providers. We want a long-standing where we're heading to collaboration. That is the way we want it. Next slide, please. So some of you have seen this slide before. I'm an ophthalmologist. Sorry about the gory details. This was 30 years ago, before we were able to use MRI scans, before we were able to do CT scans, before we were able to see what was underneath. But I always say, as a surgeon, you have to be bold to take the next move. So this was my case, and I had to be bold to take the next move. Next, please. So I did the surgery without knowing what was under. Next, please. And this was what I found under. So that is what I'm going to do now, too. I might be going somewhere that you might not think we're heading to, but we will. So we're going to expand, we're going to digitize, and we're going to be the best regulators for medicine in the world. It's a challenge. Yes, it's a challenge for you. Next, please. Thank you very much. So we have no regret moves. And I think the game changer would be financing. And I think we're heading towards that. So if I ask you for your £200, please don't think, it's an overburden on you, because we are heading somewhere and we need financing and we need access models. Next slide, please. Thank you very much.
Can we give her and continue to appreciate the DG, MDCN? Honestly, I'm coming, I'll give you, but I must say something. First of all, we thank you. I know you had the presidential permission to extend another 11 minutes, well-timed. I wanted to initially stop her, but when I consider my registration, I have to consider my registration as a doctor. I said, Jesus, what do I do? Let it not be that I'm going to act unilaterally. And they said, that small boy. I said, let me go and consult with the president. And the president says, okay, well, she's the DG. She flew all the way from Nigeria. She's passing some very vital information. However, let's give her some presidential extension. And that was how you got that, so that other people will not think that she's trying to do African man time, which we are known for, though. But we are changing. It's not becoming now. We are more appropriate with time. Thank you very much for this information, and we really appreciate you. Next speaker, 10 minutes. No presidential permit.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Fatima Kari. Yeah, that was quite informative. Thank you. So our next speaker will be, who's the next speaker? Femi? It's not. It's okay, there's some bit of consultation there. There's a change in the order of presentation. So can I ask Mr. Andrew Freyer and Dr. Chiduba from the Royal College of Emergency Medicine to come to the podium, please. This is not working. Sorry, I don't have your profile. Yeah, so, okay, it's there. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. In April 2024, I am one of the, okay, next slide. So what am I? Yeah, I am one of the RKM members went to see the Honorable Minister, and that was his statement. And I just want to say something very briefly before I invite Andrew on the stage. I came to the UK in 2006. In 2005, I lost my dad through road traffic accident. Now, the summary is this. There was a whopping 70 minutes from the time the accident happened, from the time God touched the Good Samaritan that took him to a hospital where the drama of you don't have deposit and all that. And then he eventually died. I saw the body, the pupil was obviously dilated. Now, from the little we know about emergency medicine, 70 minutes is like eternity to deliver a life-saving intervention, to somebody, in trauma. Now, 2005 might be a bit far. How about 2014? April this year, we know about the actor Ashley Pope or Nollywood Pope or something like that, who died drowning. I followed the story, read it, 2 or 3 Nigerian newspapers every day. I didn't hear anybody deliver basic life support. So what are we here? We've had a lot of stuff about the specialists, the apps and all that. We are talking about how we can improve emergency care at pre-hospital setting, and then in the hospital before the specialists and other stuff come in. And you might be shocked to know that emergency medicine is, at the moment, not yet a specialty at West African College of the Physician, but we're happy to say it's now a specialty at National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. So things are moving. That's why Chris and the incoming president, we're working together to see how we can coordinate the ongoing effort at the Federal Ministry and other group to see how we can improve emergency medicine. I'll make room for Andrew, who is the head of international for Alchem Global, to tell us what Alchem is doing in that regard, and I will come back and tell us briefly what we have done in Nigeria so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chidi. Thank you to Mansag and all the organising committee. Even just the last session today has been fantastic, so thank you for the invite and thank you for those that presented really interesting sessions. Archem is a younger college compared to the majority of the traditional ones. I'm going to skim through this because we haven't got long, but essentially the main focus of what we try and do is to improve patient care, and we do that through the programs that we deliver, and we use the skills and expertise of our members and those who've got the experience of developing that to support that initiatives. Next slide, please. There's some significant challenges that are very real, and Chidi alluded to those. I've plagiarized from the African Federation of Emergency Medicine website some of the key statistics that they highlight, and from papers from Lee Wallace from the WHO, it's the case that 1 in 2 deaths are preventable by causes that could be treated by emergency medicine. So the very personal example that Chidi so effectively and eloquently delivered is one that's very real, and we understand and know that with Nigeria, with its huge population and its influence in West Africa, improving emergency medicine is something that is of vital importance, but also given that there's now interest, the timing is very important. And there's a whole host of things within the area under investment finance, and we heard some really interesting discussions yesterday from RCPCH. There's a number of real challenges that are very present that emergency medicine can help to deal with, but also to be aware of other things like climate change and conflict and crisis. So next slide, please. Archem, it's not particularly clear, but we currently work in Ghana, Uganda, Northwest Syria, India, and Pakistan. We deliver exams in Malaysia and India as well. Next slide. And recently, through the fact that we've been able to evidence that we can deliver international programs, that we can monitor them, that we can ensure that we have a very clear strategy, that we're looking long-term to support the development of emergency medicine, we've managed to secure grants for a number of programs, including in Ghana, in Northwest Syria, an area of conflict, with a 4-year program, in Uganda, with a lot of virtual exchange, and also the opportunity for doctors from sub-Saharan Africa to come and spend time in NHS hospitals. And we've started to develop long-term health partnerships with those institutions. Now, given that we have built these relationships over years, we're now in a scoping phase for Nigeria, and we're reaching out to members like Chidi, like Victor and others, and also taking time to speak to all the key contacts to find out the relevant information about how Archem might be able to support in those initiatives. So next slide. And a lot of the things that we're doing are similar to how some other rural colleges are doing. So things like curriculum, annual assessments, building up use of e-portfolio, international exchanges, advocacy for emergency medicine, making sure that it's understood why it can be of value, why it can impact on health systems, and looking to see where we can do that. And in Northwest Syria, we've managed to get a 4-year program where we're implementing some of these ideas, and they've got access to the NHE portfolio that you know, and we're using Syrian diaspora members to help with peer-to-peer support with partners in the ground, despite the fact that it's clearly a very challenging environment. Next slide. So we utilize members. We have a database where if you have a link or a partnership, you can register and be linked up with people with similar interests. I think Jide mentioned yesterday with one of his questions with a program and initiative in Nigeria. What is the strategic function? How does it fit in with what other partners are doing? How does it ensure that it fits in with ministry plans and has a long-term impact? And we hope to use those links to do that. We use experts to help with the Emergency Medicine Foundation program, Arabic speakers, as I mentioned, and we have grants and opportunities for people from low-income countries to develop research or to get exposure to working in the or time to spend in an NHS hospital, and the MTI scheme that was alluded to earlier, trying to build up government-to-government partnerships with learn and return opportunities. Next slide, please. The Ghana program, there's been a lot of discussions from the EM faculty in Ghana about liaising and networking with partners in Ghana, and that's something that we're looking to do. We secured a one-year program to develop and accelerate our program. Welcome to our distinguished guest. And we're looking at scaling up emergency medicine. So currently it's being delivered in 3 postgraduate centres, 2 in Accra, 1 in Konfenoche. It's been going for 14 years. And it's very clear that the Ministry of Health in Ghana, in partnership with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, is going to rapidly scale up emergency medicine. And I think this is interesting today for 2 reasons. One is that there's buy-in, and there's an example very close to Nigeria of this being effectively done. The second one is that when emergency medicine starts to expand in Nigeria, the numbers are going to be significant and the impact's going to be very real. And hopefully situations like those that Chidi mentions will lead to significantly better outcomes, and RChem is seeing what the most effective way in which we can support with that. And that can be done through things like bidirectional learning. You can go to the next slide. Attendance in conferences, so the African Conference of Emergency Medicine this year is in Botswana, and it's a really good forum for people to network. And next slide. And how that links into Nigeria, I'll pass on to Chidi, who's been leading our networks as somebody that has links with those partners. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to talk about what we have done so far in Nigeria, just still in the primordial stage, if I will use the word, and negotiation. Next slide. Yeah, so the journey started before now, as we have had. There have been pockets of activity here and there and all that. But like Chris, outgoing president and incoming president, and many people are saying, we need to come together and build a sustainable program. The CMD of a teaching hospital in Ebonyi State approached RChem. Since then, RChem has sponsored about 50 doctors from their hospital to join us in our annual scientific conference, as well as our CBD conference this April and September, everything paid. And as I said, in April this year, we met the Honorable Minister. I'm happy that the Minister of State is here. When we went there with RChem, when we actually explained, and he agreed that emergency medicine is still at the nascent stage, and all the members at the meeting equally assured us of the support of the people that need. And then in July, we went for RChem accreditation to visit. And then 4th of August, we received a formal request from National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, who have a faculty of emergency medicine on how. In fact, we have a meeting today at 7 p.m. with the faculty on the next way, and another one in December. And obviously, in October, as I said, we assisted about 20 doctors and others in April for conference. So this is summary of our interaction in Nigeria. As I said, we received a letter. We had a scoping visit to Nigeria in April, where we met the minister and then met other strategic holders. And we went to Ebonyi State, Alex Ekweme at Ebonyi State Teaching Hospital as a center to see what is happening there. And this currently, the areas we are looking at collaborating and working together to improve what the ministry and the college and other people are doing in Nigeria. Next slide. And so recently, I think Dr. Ibanusi, you're here. So we went for accreditation visit. RChem assisted this hospital during when they were going for their accreditation visit for emergency medicine. And I represented the college and obviously met with the CD, and then these were the pictures we took. Next slide. So currently, these are the identified stakeholders. Obviously, stakeholders analysis, we need to identify people who have the power and influence to make the job work. Outcome is there externally, and we are pushing pressure from UK point of view. But within Nigeria, we've seen ASEMP, Teaching Hospital, and more importantly, National Postgraduate Medical College, who we are going to meet tonight and other days. And more importantly, Mansag has equally expressed interest. We're going to work with them as well as tell the Minister of State what we are doing and how we go from there. Next slide. So this, in summary, the next step. We haven't, unlike other presenters, we haven't actually sat down to discuss with Mansag, but I'm happy that Jide heard about what we are doing, and Chris, we've had multiple meetings. We want to build on that and equally brief the Minister of State on what we are doing, and then continue with National Postgraduate Medical College and other stakeholders we have identified. And I think be expectant, we will be calling on people who are in nurses or have interest in emergency medicine. We want to take emergency medicine to the next level and avoid what happened to my dad, for example, or my children, for example, when I told them one day, if somebody fall in the hands, obviously we're in the UK, what do? They know what to do. So sometimes it's not being able to give a sophisticated skill, but making sure the awareness of delivering timely, life-saving intervention when people have problems at pre-hospital setting and when they come in the hospital setting, so that we can create a platform where the specialists, the radiologists, or the surgeons can actually do. That time-critical window is what we are aiming to work with the relevant stakeholders and improve emergency care delivery in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just 1 minute after the time. Mansang will pardon you. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, why Dr. Chidi? Please, can we give them a wonderful round of applause once again? Why Dr. Chidi and his team from representing that powerful team, while they were giving their own part of their presentation, the Honorable Minister of State, Honorable Minister of State for Health walked in. We've been expecting him, and he has been around trying to interact and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the very distinguished Dr. Of course, Dr. Tunji Alausa. He's a doctor and is waving like the Nigerian politicians, especially the ones that have won elections. They have the way they wave. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr. Lausa. The next speaker is Dr. Ramesh Mehta. Dr. Ramesh is going to speak next. He's the founder, and you can go to the podium. Let's give you a citation, please. So he is the founder and president of the British Association of Physicians of Indian origin, similar to Mansag, and they've been working closely with Mansag. He's an Indian-born British pediatrician who worked in the NHS for the last 36 years, retiring in 2017. So he's given his bid. He was the strategic lead for South Asia at the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health, where he introduced the MRCPCH exam in the Indian subcontinent. He served as president of the Global Association of Physicians of Indian origin from 2017 to 2020, and has been chairman of the Medical Defense Shield since 2011, and the BAPIO Training Academy since 2019. He's a busy man. Dr. Mehta has received several honors, including an OB and a CB for his contributions to the NHS, and also for promoting equality, diversity, and inclusion. He is dedicated to advancing medical education and supporting doctors in their career development. Let's welcome Dr. Ramesh Mehta.
That's 2 minutes gone out of my 10 minutes. Honorable Minister, it's really great to see Minister of State coming for this Mansag meeting. Great. Could I start off? I must say I'm scared of this MC. Where is this MC? Chris, thanks for inviting me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say that I've been working with Chris for last 3 years as a sister organization for Mansag. And Chris has been absolutely dynamic president for you. So round of applause for him. I hope the collaboration that we have developed, I don't see Baba Tunge here, is he not here? And Ibrahim, you know, we and Wendy there, we've been all working together for many, many years, and I hope the collaboration is against racism that is prevalent in the, not just health service, but prevalent in the country. And I'm glad that the minister is here who also would agree with me that we need to do something about it. We've been doing something about it, and we heard from GMC and we heard from BMA and as well as Royal College of Physicians of London that we all want equality. And equality is very important for the patient care. We cannot give the absolute quality patient care unless we are treated equal to everybody else. But before we go there, I must say I was very impressed to hear about the Nigerian Medical Council. A forward-looking, very impressive, and I'm glad that you're also regulating the alternative medicines. Now, GMC doesn't do that. Holistic medicine is the future, I believe, of the healthcare globally, and we need to do something about it in UK. We need to learn some lessons from you. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Nigerian Medical Council. Well done. Now my 6 minutes are gone. So I will move next slide, please. Next slide. Diversity. I don't think I need to expand this. Half of the medical workforce is ethnic minority. Next slide, please. So most of the BME doctors, and I'm sure the minister understands BME is basically black and ethnic minority doctors. We do all. I think donkey is one of the worst used word because they do all the hard work. They are always polite and they just follow the instructions. But that sort of work is being done by all BME doctors here. Next slide, please. So what's the problem with that? The problem is that if you're not treated equally, then you are disillusioned, you are depressed, lack of confidence, and so on. But the ultimate outcome of that is wasted talent. The talent, the dynamism, which can be used properly for the best quality patient care is not available. Next slide, please. So the new government is coming in now. And King's Fund was giving some advice to the new government as to what needs to be done. And worryingly, it explicitly names racism, bullying, and harassment is a key issue that the new government needs to handle. Next slide, please. Okay, so BAPIO is a sister organization. We are like Mansag. The number of doctors of Indian origin is much bigger in the country. So we are we carry a stronger stick as compared to Mansag. Next one. So we stand for fairness, and justice. We are normally like very English, try to be very nice, friendly, political, but if it doesn't work, then we challenge. Next one. So this is an important one, and I have to say that Mansag was walking hand in hand with us when we did this challenge. So this was about 2006, when a lot of overseas doctors were taking the training position of the local trainees, local graduates. So the Department of Health and the House and the Home Office together, they decided that all these training numbers from the overseas doctors will be taken away and given to the local. So we had a lot of meetings and we said, look here, it's fair enough that the local graduates should get some preference, but you can't do this retrospectively. And that's what the government wanted to do, and we said we will not accept it. So when all the political talking failed, we challenged, we took them for judicial review. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Department of Health and the Home Office and the GMC. We took all of them for judicial review. Now, this is unthinkable that small organization of overseas doctors, along with Mansag and few other sister organizations, we took them to the court. Now, in first hearing, judicial review, one judge bench, we lost that case because our QC had already warned that this judge is conservative. And that's what happened. So we appealed. Appeal court, 3-judge bench, and all 3 judges said that the Department of Health and Home Office is wrong, and we won that case. Now, Home Office was shocked. Ladies and gentlemen, this is true. We were watching this. They said, how come these few overseas doctors are winning the case against the government? So they appealed, and this case went to the House of Lords that time, now it's called Supreme Court. And I'm really pleased that the 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court, House of Lords then, 4 of them said that the government is wrong. And we won that case, and the outcome of that was almost 15,000 overseas doctors who would have been packed up and left the country and would have gone back to Nigeria and India and Pakistan and so on, stayed on, and they have become now consultants and GPs in this country serving the patients. Next slide, please. So we continue to do this, politicking and supporting doctors, but I don't know how many minutes left. Oh, I'm glad he's not here. Sorry, so just 2 or 3 more minutes. So the examinations. Oh, you have come back. There is a coffee there for you.
I was just waiting for when it is 2 minutes for me to come.
Okay, all right, 2 minutes. So just one, this is very important. I wanted to convey the message, and this is an important message. The examinations, and we have Royal Colleges and so on, and we work very closely with Royal Colleges. Ladies and gentlemen, to be a general practitioner in this country, there is a robust interview of 2 days to be admitted to the training. So after 2 days of very robust interview, you get a training post in general practice. You then train for 3 years. You have rotation through the hospital, you work with the GP, you pass your part 1 of MRC GP examination, you get the patient feedback, you get tutor feedback, and eventually, just before you finish 3 years, you take the final clinical examination. Ladies and gentlemen, the pass rate. If you are white, local graduate, your chances of passing is 97%. If you are brown, born and brought up in this country and trained in this country, your pass rate is 74%. If you are black, born and brought up and trained in this country, pass rate is 64%. And if you are overseas qualified doctor, pass rate 24%. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking to the college, Royal College of General Practitioners, and we said, look here, you select these people, you train them for 3 years, they pass their part 1 theory, they get all the feedback, the tutor confirms that they are very competent practitioners, and then you fail them, what is this happening? And what the college said, oh, we need to maintain quality. Right, okay. Is it quality or is it discrimination or is it racism? What is going on? So we took them to the court. And to be fair to Phil, BMA this time was working with us as well. You see, it's not easy to take anyone to the court in this country. It's very, very expensive. It costs millions. So GMC was part funding this because GMC agreed that this was really unfair. Now, it was a 3-day hearing, and day 1 of hearing, our QC came to us. And she said, oh, Ramesh, problem, it's a conservative judge. I said, oops. So racism is prevalent everywhere. Judge, and it's fine. You can see the picture of the judge there. We lost the case. And we had no money for appeal. But this judge, he must be feeling guilty because he said in his judgment, although we lost, he said it is a moral victory for Bapio. And if we come back again, we will win. However, the thing is, this case had a ripple effect on every single college. And Mumtaz is here, and she was part of all that discussion as well. And every single college is now looking at why this is happening and what can be done. And like we heard from Tista, the GMC thing, that we also have been challenging GMC, but we are also very friendly with GMC and all the colleges as well. So things are improving slowly, but very slowly. Next, 1 minute? Okay. Next one. Okay, so there are some green shoots. Next one. Now, this is GMC hot off the press. This is only last week. And I'm really glad that GMC has now said very clearly that there is institutional racism in the healthcare in this country. And GMC is trying to do the best, and thank you, Tista, for all the effort you have been putting in. Next. So the youngsters here, we have been trying to crack what we call glass ceiling. Glass ceiling is the career progression. And I'm glad that there are a lot of people here who have come from Nigeria, and you notice the career progression for all the healthcare workers, not just doctors, but also nurses and allied healthcare professionals and homeopathics and so on. They need career progression. So in this country, there is a block. That's what is the glass ceiling. And for the youngsters, with all our experience of handling racism and discrimination, few things. And if you can do those few things, you can break the glass ceiling. And we have, I think, many examples here who are professors and who are doing very well as consultants in this country. So the first thing is ambition. Keep your ambition as high as possible. Believe in yourself. You must have confidence. Don't be afraid of speaking up. But this is important. Be diplomatic. You know, one of the things when people come from overseas, especially those of Indian subcontinent, talk very loudly and then they get angry also very quickly. So that is not allowed. Calm, smooth, and polite. Sometimes I shouldn't say that, but you know, glycerin on the finger is a good example. Perseverance. Don't give up easily and work hard. Next. And this is my final thing. So justice will not be served until those who are unaffected feel as outraged as those who are. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Dr. Ramesh, you actually added a bit of 2 to 3 minutes extra. We will just allow that because, again, you went to court. Even though you didn't win. Never mind, the judge, Mansag will join you next time, and I think that's why the collaboration will be greater, and we will go to court again. This time we will win. That percentage must increase to allow us, even though some of us want to go back home, let minister and the DG go and tell the government security should improve so that we can come back. A lot of us are not happy to be here. Improved security will come. Yeah, I was doing residency at UBTH before. And I will tell you the story later. All right, the minister will cease to be the minister for health on Monday. As a very hard-working minister, very dedicated, and that's why he's here today again. He has been elevated to the Minister of Education. Please, let's congratulate him from a Monday. Big responsibility, big position. You delivered in health, you deliver in education. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much for all the speakers so far. I think the last but not the least is Dr. Faye Rudock. Could you come to the podium, please? I've known Faye for about 10 years. Working with her in Cannes, Caribbean and African Health Network, and in advocacy for Black health within the Greater Manchester. So she's done a lot of hard work. So she's the chair of the Caribbean and African Health Network, which is a national Black-led organization focused on addressing health inequalities. And that's what really influenced me to work with her. And she's been influencing policy for the Black community. I tell you, she's really very, very persistent when she wants to get something for us as Black people living in Greater Manchester, even nationally. She's a clinician and a program director. Usually, she used to be the Manchester Metro University. I've done a few talks there on global health, but she's now in University of Bolton, where she's heading one of the institutes there. And so her interest is in decolonization and health inequality affecting Black, Caribbean, and African populations. She also leads the maternal medicine network service user reference group in Northwest England, ensuring that diverse voices are heard in the maternity services. There have been some harrowing stories involving Black people, which I'm aware. Additionally, Faye serves as a non-executive director on 2 NHS boards, and she was a board member of my trust, the Northern Care Alliance NHS Foundation Trust, and a deputy lieutenant in the Greater Manchester. So she's quite both politically astute here, they refer to her. And as a mother of 3, she uses her experiences to advocate for better care for families. So let's welcome Faye Rudock to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibby, for the introduction, and absolutely delighted to be here this afternoon. And this is my first Mansag conference, but it's one that we're really delighted to be part of, because on the 31st of May this year, we signed a MOU with Mansag so we can work in partnership with yourselves. So really happy with that. And also, it's great to see so many familiar faces, and I'll show you why in just a minute. But I'll make sure that I stick to time, because I know that you're over time. And just to say that the Chief Exec is actually in the audience, so I might ask him just to come up as well in a few minutes. So we are the largest Black-led organisation in the UK, and we are a vehicle to address health inequalities in the Black, Caribbean and African community. And CARN started in 2017 as a result of a lived experience that I had as a clinician working in the NHS, born in Manchester actually, but working in the NHS and seeing such poor practice, poor outcomes for Black people. And it was actually when you in that space and you think, this is so unfair, this is so inequitable, why are we seeing more of our Black patients dying or not getting the care that they deserve? And I wanted to do something about that. And also what I thought would be best, I did a 4-year nursing degree years ago before it became an all-degree profession. And I wanted to be in a space where I could actually influence change. So I went to work in universities, developed different programs for nursing, but also for public health as well. I developed postgraduate master's degrees. And this is where Ibby was saying that he did support on some of that delivery of teaching. And it was that thing where in nursing we say, see one, do one. And what I didn't want is for that practice to continue. So changing some of the curricula was really, really important to do. But when you actually looked at the curriculum and you saw that there was no diversity in the curriculum, you might get 5-10 minutes of equity and inclusion, but actually that wasn't going to solve the problem of actually addressing some of those poor practices within our hospital setting. So it was very, very much about seeing what was actually going on within our curriculum, but also how do our providers engage with our Black community to address what we know was really, really evident in terms of high rates of stroke, diabetes, all of those different things as well. So it was very important for me then to try to look at how we change curriculum, how do we engage with providers better. And so working on curriculum was important, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing now at the University of Bolton, which is about embedding health equity into the curriculum. We've just had approval from GMC for a new medical programme for undergraduates. How do we embed people's thinking, looking through a health equity lens to ensure that they practice in that way before they actually go out, become qualified medical practitioners. And that's something that's going on right across the spectrum. So basically, in terms of CARN was developed because, communities were saying we had no voice. Things were being done to people. So we took an upstream approach to work collaboratively with our community. We champion and promote the work of the community by looking at the assets, because I know in this room and elsewhere, we have so many assets that we can use to help our communities. We foster incredible partnerships like the one that we've fostered earlier on this year. But also we work very closely with NHS England, we work very closely with BOLA, with looking at things like Core 20+5, making sure that we embed the principles of Core 20+5 into what we do to address health inequalities, but actually using community voices to be the drivers to ensure that pathways are, equitable for people like us. And also we do a lot more engagement, but we are an umbrella organisation, which is what you can see on the slide. I'm not going to go through these because I'm sure everybody knows about what the problem is in the Black community, and quite a lot of it's been mentioned already around poor access, experience and outcomes, lack of trust, engagement, structural racism. We've probably seen the report that came out a couple of weeks ago by Marmot that talked about the racism in London and how that impacts on health. And interestingly, we had to challenge Michael Marmot in 2019 because he said there was no evidence that racism affects health. It was COVID that made things change in that regard. And we know that there are challenges in terms of representation from our communities at those top tables, benchmarking. We see the discrimination and then the poor engagement. One of the things that we do know is that 84% of the Black community go to a church or have some affiliation to a church, and we tap very, very closely into the faith community to get some of our messaging across. Those are the health streams of work that we focus on, and they very, very much align again to Core 20+5. We've added respiratory since COVID, but also looking at how we developed education and research, and a number of different areas that we look at just to make sure that we are enabling our people to self-care, to be empowered, to be able to manage their own health and well-being. I'm not going to go through this because I'm sure as medics and people you know that we have all of these inequalities, but I always say you could do that twice over because we have so many health disparities. In terms of some of the initiatives that we have, we do what we call health hours, and many of you have contributed to those health hours. I was going to say, because I thought I should have been on earlier, that we were actually having a health hour going on between 11 and 12:15 today. We have it every single Saturday, and we've been doing it since 2020. And that is because we have such brilliant doctors that will either host health hour or they'll deliver it. And this is all to our community. So our community know how to look after themselves better. And it's such a wonderful initiative that we've got. And we just want to say thank you to all the doctors for their voluntary contribution to enable that to happen, because it's making an absolute difference to the how people can navigate such a complex health system. And these are just some of those health hours that we've been delivering, and you can see them all yourself. They're all archived on there. And on the next slide, we also work very strategically. So it's very important that we take an upstream approach, but actually how do we ensure that at the top layers that we are influencing and making the change happen? So next month, we'll be launching our all-party parliamentary group on Black health. And that will be launched because we need to take the important issues to government. We've got our manifestos and also work around our CVD and other things that we've been doing. So if you just move on to the next slide, it's just to say thank you. Khan is massive. It's really big. It's infiltrating so many different spaces. And we don't have time to go through all the things that we're doing, but the partnership work for us is really important. Working with the nursing associations, midwifery, Rachel is here, Wendy's here. There's so much that we are doing in partnership. We can't work in a vacuum. We have to work together, because what we've done before hasn't worked. We're still seeing the health inequalities. But when we come together, we have a louder voice and we can absolutely impact the changes that we know we need to see. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Faye. I mean, I started working with Faye in 2017. The first message talk I did was in a church on a Sunday afternoon, talking about kidney disease and diabetes. And I've done several talks with her. I'm part of the half-hour health. It is very, very heartwarming when you see people don't know how to access services and all that. So I think if some of us, she approaches us, I think we should oblige her, because it makes a massive difference. Okay, so we're just bringing this session to a close, but we will continue Unfortunately, there won't be any questions because we are running behind time, and we will break for lunch at about 1:30 because we're all hungry, our tummy is rumbling. And so to just kickstart the next session, we just have two speakers, so it will be a brief session. I want to invite Mr. Nele Bizie. He's a retired orthopedic surgeon. We all call him Chief Anele, and he is a very important man. He's a high chief. Please, can you watch his space? Thank you very much, Chief Anele.
Thank you, EB. Good afternoon, everybody. I know this morning has dragged on a bit, but I'm looking forward to some excitement because the next speaker I want to introduce is a very exciting person, and that's why he's our keynote speaker today. Most of us know him. He's Mr. Douglas Emeka Oko. He's a neurosurgeon, and he's exceptional in many ways. He graduated, or he finished his training here to become a consultant in 2016 and headed back to Nigeria to practice neurosurgeon at its highest level in Nigeria, and he has been doing that. What marks him apart is I think is the word passion. He has passion for his specialty, but passion for the Nigerian patient. He says, when you ask him, why do you do it? He says, the Nigerian patients are worth it. And that's why he does it. Please, Emeka, come up and speak to us.
So, okay. Can I get my slide up, please? So, the Nigerian diaspora, a powerhouse with a large dose of knowledge, skill, competence, and experience for transformation of the Nigerian healthcare system. You need to deploy such a powerhouse. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, special guests and guests. Douglas Emeka Oko is my name. Brain surgeon and an individual who is extremely passionate about progressive and positive change in the Nigerian healthcare system. Next slide, please. So today, I'm going to be talking about a global perspective in transforming healthcare in Nigeria. But actually, my focus is going to be on the Nigerian diaspora. I want to actually talk to you guys. Now, I say, let's think right, act right, and spend right. Think right. What are the philosophies, the thought patterns, the concepts that actually guide you? Because those are the things that will actually tell what kind of actions you take and where you actually put your resources. And remember, your resources are not just your money. It's also your time, your expertise, and all that as well. Next slide, please. So, one of the reasons why we need to think right, act right, and spend right is that whatever we do, specifically in healthcare, we need to deliver things that are efficient and effective, isn't it? I'm sure we all know Nigeria. I coined this in 2015. Make things faster, easier, better, safer, and simpler. That is exactly what we want, ladies and gentlemen. Next slide. So, a little bit about that gentleman up there. I graduated from University of Benin Greatest Uniben. And I remember then, I used to be this guy who used to do freestyle rapping, did dreads once upon a time, did some K-rolls and stuff like that. Used to go to parties, organized one of the biggest carnivals in medical school. And so when I told my friends in medical school in my penultimate year that I was going to be a brain surgeon, they were like, ah, and they all laughed at me. Guess who's laughing now? But key thing is, I got into the UK 2006 to pursue my dreams, and it was, not funny at all, but at the end of the day, completed my training and actually moved to Nigeria. So I've been back in Nigeria now for 8 good years. And of course, the question people always ask me is, how's it been? And of course, what do you think my response will be? Great. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Definitely sweet, bitter, and sour, isn't it? So let's start, next slide. Let's start with the bitter and sour. So we all know what the basic cultural milieu is like in Nigeria. Okay? You know who I am. Yukoto, Dobale, like we say, and stuff like that. Now, comes in this 6'4" guy, baritone voice, okay? Generally, is not known to Koto. Professor Obaseki, the CMD of UBTH, knew me when I was doing my house job, okay? And then is this guy who's a sort of a disruptor and challenges conventional wisdom, okay? So how do you think this kind of guy is fitting into that system generally? Some conflict, isn't it? Okay, but the key thing is that one of the ways that initially I was providing more of private, I was more in the private sector, trying to push the barriers of how we can actually deliver complex neurosurgical care. But in the last sort of going to 3 years now, I've been in the public sector. And the key question is, why the public sector? Because clearly, when it comes to the issue of availability of complex care, yeah, fantastic, the private sector, okay? But when it comes to actually providing that care down the line to a significant number of Nigerians, it's a struggle. And so if I'm really passionate about moving the needle in healthcare in Nigeria, then probably we need to actually do something in the public sector as well, in it. Okay. So a couple of slides there. That's the tattoo on my arm. That was for my 40th birthday 8 years ago, from my wife. Quite painful. And of course, when you go down the line there on that slide there, you can see that fair-skinned lady there. That's the lady that's actually walked this path with me. It's not behind, it's beside every successful. And of course, when it comes to talking about engaging, okay, with Nigeria, the diaspora engaging with Nigeria, of course, those of us who know her knew that she threw her hat in the ring with the Labour Party in the Edo State process for the election the last time. So a round of applause for her for that. Okay, they say talk is cheap sometimes, isn't it? Next slide. So Douglas Emeka Oko is sort of the poster child for reverse brain gain, for brain gain or reverse brain gain. Okay? And so I'm just giving you this slide to just give you sort of a flavor, okay, of what people like me and my team have been up to. Okay, so first slide there, top there, lady in her 60s, and she comes in with issues, with problem with the vision, and you can see that dumbbell-shaped thing there, that's a pituitary tumor, and then we had an operation for her through the nose, and that's her scan on the other side, which shows that tumor is gone and her vision actually improved. Second slide there is complex spinal surgery. Complex spine surgery. Patient who had problems with degenerative spine disease in the lower back and also some instability on the spine, and we've decompressed and we put some screws there. First slide there is a chap who is also in his 60s as well, has some issues with TB of the spine in the neck, okay, compression of the spinal cord, and what we do is that we take a little bit of bone from the hip there, okay, the area crest there, and slot in there and actually put a plate at the front, and Jetman also improves. Okay, fourth slide there is a lady in her 60s, all the way from Benin, coming to Lagos, okay, had a subarachnoid hemorrhage, a bleed from an aneurysm. And patient came in and had the aneurysm clipped. You can see the aneurysm on that side with the right with the arrow there, and then there's a clip there. Patient survived. Next slide, please. Okay, so a 9-year-old boy had this massive brain tumor with what we call hydrocephalus, fluid pressure in the head. Also came from Benin as well. Okay, run into a lot of trouble, and that is before the operation. You can see the tumor there, the eyes at the front, and tumor is gone. On that scan, you can see that there's fluid pressure in the head, and then that's gone as well. Next slide, please. 20-month-old baby. Similar tumor, really, really large there. That's before, and then you can see tumor is gone after the operation is done. Next slide, please. This is a lady who has a tumor almost in the center of her brain. Okay? Center of her brain. And here, what we did is that we took the lead off there, went in between the two halves of the brain, over the nerve to the eye, into what we call the third ventricle, and took the tumor out. Left a little bit of what we call the pituitary stalk. Okay? Next slide, please. And this is a recent patient that I looked after, has what we call a Chiari malformation, where what we call the foramen magnum is really full. And you can see there, in that circle there, that he actually has a fluid, a core of fluid within what we call the medulla oblongata. Okay? And 6 months later, after doing what we call a foramen magnum decompression or a craniocervical decompression, you can actually see that there's some improvement there. That whole thing has gone. The syrinx is still there. Hopefully within the next year, when we repeat that scan, that's better. Next slide. Now, like I said, poster child for reverse brain gain or brain gain. Okay? This is just to give you an idea of the possibilities. Okay? Now, this is something that you can all read that. This is something from a gentleman that I looked after recently who also had a complex spinal procedure for his lower back. Next slide, please. So, when it comes to the capabilities for delivery of complex care in Nigeria, okay, things are really happening in Nigeria. And that's a good news story. So we can give a round of applause for that. That's a good news story. So when you look at places like, for example, in Abuja, almost the whole, when you look at things like complex orthopedic surgery, spine surgery, kidney transplants and stuff like that, all that happening. When you go to Lagos, including all that as well, you also have interventional radiology. I'm sure some of us here have watched some videos recently of endovascular coilings and a patient who came in with a stroke and stuff, and then had endovascular treatment for all that. When you look at Enugu, orthopedics, neurosurgery, look at a place like Kano, definitely neurosurgery, spine surgery, okay? And then when you look at places like Owerri, you're looking at some things happening there as well, okay? Now, that's the nice part for us to clap and give a round of applause about. Now, let's go to the one. Let me make you sad a little bit. Next slide, please. Now, these are the challenges that we all know in Nigeria. We all know about this. Okay, there's no need to bore ourselves with this. Who doesn't know about this? We all know about this, don't we? Next slide, please. Now, this is the reality, okay? When you look at Nigeria, contemporary Nigeria now, okay, in the Buhari, the 8 years of Buhari, we're complaining, isn't it? But in the last 1+ years, you understand? If you look at what we call the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17. Sure, we can count. 1, 2, 3. Will we say that poverty is a key issue we're dealing with in Nigeria now? Do we think that hunger is a problem that we're really dealing with in Nigeria now? Now, guess what? Out of 17 of them, what's number 3? It is actually that important. But do you think your governments, and I want you guys to really tell the truth and really say that, do you think your governments in Nigeria at national level and subnational level, do you think they really take this seriously in terms of a priority? Seriously, do they? Next slide. Now, these are some of the figures that came out of the National Bureau of Statistics, but this was in 2022 November. 133 million multi-dimensionally poor people. Now, those dimensions are the simple, basic things. So you're talking about 63%. Now, what do you think things will, but where do you think that number will be standing now, as of today, with things happening in Nigeria? It's 133 million plus, isn't it? So you can know what your plus will be. Next slide. And of course, these are some of the things in terms of the multi-dimension that we talk about. Next slide. Okay, so I'm just going to sort of, you understand, just run us through, navigate through chronologically, since this government came in, some of the few things, okay, in terms of policies and programs that they've actually come up with. And the reason why I want to say this is that, because remember, I said that in this talk, I'm actually talking to you guys as the Nigerian diaspora. I talked in the beginning, I started by saying that you guys are a powerhouse. Okay, so universal health coverage last year. The government launched this initiative. Okay, I don't know if anybody watched my interview after this. I was massively excited. I was like, wow, you mean the president himself? Of course, Dr. Lausa, who is here, Professor Pate, all the governors, they all sat down in one place, talked about the sector-wide approach, signed a compact. Wow, I can't remember this happening anytime. So that means that they are not getting to a point where healthcare is actually that important. And it is important because the Nigerian patients are worth it. Next slide. Okay, so by February, they talked about these 6 to 16 hospitals where, 6 to 16 hospitals where, they were talking about this improving things and bringing on radiology equipment and stuff, isn't it? This was in February. And so they said that in the next 12 to 18 months, that you should see things coming on board. The reason why I put this one is that I hope that you as Mansag, ANPA, CANPAD, all these people who represent healthcare, Nigerian healthcare professionals, I hope you're going to be asking them about these things. There's no free freedom. Positive pressure. You must ask them these questions. Because the Nigerian patients are worth it. Next slide. So let's run through this quickly. Okay, April, they approved the establishment of these health fellows. Next slide. And then that one there. So that's 25 billion for 8,800 facilities. Please, can we do the maths? So 25 billion divided by 8,800 facilities. And then you look at some of the monies that the government spent, the vice president's house, there's and stuff like that. So what I'm saying, see, let's understand something. You cannot say that, man, looking at the way Nigeria is, that you sit back, you watch them and things will change. That's why I said it's the issue of positive pressure. Next slide. And of course, NEMSAS is the Nigerian Emergency Management Service and Ambulance System. They conduct a one-day training. I think, was it Chidi was talking about emergency care in Nigeria and stuff like that. 1 day. 1 day training. Next slide. No, but what I'm saying, these are questions that you have to ask, and I'll tell you why. Next slide. Okay, so they disbursed 12 million gateways. Next slide. Let's keep this running, because they're telling me that my time is going. And then, of course, this was launched in August. When it comes to the issue of white papers, policies, programs, launchings, it's not difficult to. When it is the issue of transforming these things to things that impact in the real lives of people. That is where the gap is. But the question is, what is your own role as a diaspora? Next slide. Okay. And of course, it's just about concepts and about how you think as a people. Okay? Maybe those guys know how to lobby more, but the question is, are these guys or are our healthcare professionals, are they less important than these guys? And of course, you question, when your leaders and your politicians, when they come outside to Nigeria, do they come to meet these guys or do they come to meet you? Next slide. Very important. If you want transformation, only Nigerians can transform Nigeria for Nigerians. If you like, yes, you do have all the donor agencies and the rest of them and people who support you technically, like some of the things that the people have talked about, and stuff like that. But if you truly want to transform, nobody can like you more than yourself. Sorry. Next slide, please. So, a few messages quickly. Sorry, you have to engage and get involved. There are two key areas in Nigeria. Have you heard that thing before when they say, when Nigeria happens to you? When Nigeria happens to you. From the point of view as the people in the diaspora, what are the two key areas where that things can happen to you that you're really worried about? What are the two of them? Security and absolutely, and health, specifically in emergency healthcare, isn't it? So this is that serious. Be angry. I remember during COVID, I was interviewed in Arise TV, and then somebody sent a message to my wife. I was like, why is he so angry? But the question is that, why are you not angry? No, I'm asking you the question, why are you not angry enough? But the question is, what are you using your anger for? How are you going to translate that anger? What action is going to come out on that? You are privileged. I gave you that statistic, 133 million plus. Sorry, those people cannot speak for themselves. They are hoping that you are the ones that are going to speak for them and stand in the gap for them. Don't expect your host countries to have any, you understand? So don't expect to be respected by your host countries. See, I suspect very strongly that the respect that the Western powers have for China, probably India and stuff like that, in the 1980s, that is probably different now. If things are not working in your country, there's a tendency for the people in your host countries to look at you and like, I was speaking to one of my reverend fathers the other day, and he was like, when he saw one of his colleagues, I said, oh, sorry, you can see what's happening in your country. Next slide. I'm coasting home now. The changes we want to see in terms of transformation, it's a marathon and not a sprint. Sorry, it's not going to happen overnight. It's a marathon. Transformation without you, my dear brothers and sisters, is not possible, and that is the truth. Look at all the countries that have done well. Even the UK here, during the transatlantic slave trade and stuff like that, it was the diaspora that made them what they are. Nigeria cannot do well without you, please. Driving availability, affordability, and accessibility of care for safety and quality, you will play significant roles. Basically, I'm saying the same thing. Legacy for the next generation. Ashanti, my daughter, is here. Ashanti, thank you very much for the slides. They look very beautiful. Ashanti graduated recently with a first class from the University College London in law. Now, why am I bringing Ashanti up? Because I'm talking about legacy. During Ashanti's studies, Ashanti used to tell me and her mom that, oh man, I need to do this part of law. They make money there. Oh, money is so important there. And then Ashanti graduated, and Ashanti called me at some point after graduation. She said, Daddy, do you know what? I'm more interested in things like inequalities in healthcare and stuff like that. I actually want to build my capacity over the next few years so that I can actually contribute to my community. Tears came from my eyes. What legacy are we going to leave for the next generation? And of course, sacrifices must be made. Freedom is not free. Next slide, and I'm ending now. So the key thing is that Nigerian diaspora professionals, key thing, your major role is going to be support and training. You know that last policy from Ministry of Health about immigration and stuff like that. Can you please tell them that they should do more work to keep people in Nigeria? If you're going to look at the sheer numbers of people that you're saying, oh, you want to bring back, no, you're not going to bring that much people. So focus on supporting the people who are back home and keeping them back home. That's really, really important. But your role is mainly going to be more of support and training in reality. And of course, digital technology. Fumi from Mobile talked about that a lot. Medical missions, they are nice, but when it comes to sustainable impact, there are a few questions there. Positive pressure, like I said, positive pressure. Please, sorry. Your federal governments and your state governments are not just going to be on their own, have a light bulb moment and say, oh, do you know what? Oh, we've repented. We are going to be very good now. Sorry. You need positive pressure. Okay? Nextly, I think this is the last slide. And so we need to do all this and keep pushing because we need to think right about the people because the Nigerian patients are worth it. We need to take the right actions that have the underplanes of the right kind of thinking because the Nigerian patients are worth it. We need to spend right. You only deploy your resources to things that you think that are important. Okay? Again, because the Nigerian patients are worth it. Thank you very much, people. God bless the Medical Association of Nigeria in Great Britain, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It's working. It's working. Thank you very much. That was very. Prior to now, I've been warned by. I've been warned by Chief Anele Bizie that this guy is a powerhouse. I think I was just looking at him like this. I don't know where I am. So it is important because I will share my experience of 10 years of nephrology in Nigeria. And what he's saying is so true, and it is for us to engage. The challenge is there, I tell you. The challenge is there, and your colleagues will challenge you. I'm sure he's going to say that. He will challenge you, but you have to persevere. That is the point. Thank you. So the next speaker will be introduced by Chief Anele.
Yes, I did promise you passion, and I'm sure you all saw it. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the next speaker. It will also give you all great pleasure to see the next speaker, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. The next speaker is, I hope you can all hear me. I think this is not working very well. I'll try and speak up. The next speaker is Professor Ifeoma Joy Okoye. No, not just professor. Emeritus Professor Ifeoma Joy Okoye is our next speaker. Professor Okoye is a just retired professor of radiology at the University of Nigeria, Enugu. But when you say retired, you know, you hear the expression retired but not tired. Over the past 30 years, Professor Okoye has been very busy. She has been all over the place in Nigeria, all over the place in the world, traversing, talking, teaching, collaborating, and she has developed an interest in so many places. She has a great interest in oncology. She has an NGO called Breast Without Spot. She set up African Clinical Trials Center in Enugu. You name it, she is in everything, which does bring its challenges. I do know the family very well, and recently, a few days ago, the husband was speaking to me. That's because after retiring, he thought he might begin to see a bit more of his wife. But in the past 4 months, Professor Okoye has been to the AMPA conference in Arnhem, went on from there to Stanford to lecture and speak to them, went from there to University of Pennsylvania, came back, went off to Geneva for another conference, then she's here, and then from this conference she's going off to Amsterdam to another one. That is a retired person. So the husband said, she comes from a place called Amobia. He says, I will have to escort him to Amobia. That he wants to go and take some refund of his dowry. And when he outlined all these absences, he said, why don't you send her back altogether? He said, no, I won't go that far. And when you see Professor Okoye, please, Professor Okoye.
Mr. Douglas, is this working? I don't know if I'm going to be able to match you. So when you finished, I said you're a Gen Z. And at 70, I don't know what we are called. So I will not struggle to match you. Honorable Minister, sir, and all other distinguished guests, esteemed members of Mansag, it is indeed my pleasure to present to us what I have titled Harnessing Disruptive Technologies for Sustainable Healthcare Transformation in Nigeria. And I want to thank the President for inviting me. I'm truly honored to be here. And I want to thank Mr. Ebizie, who has been my paddy man from medical school days. He was 2 years ahead of me. And when I tell you I graduated 44 years ago, then you know how long that relationship has been. So you can imagine him teasing me in public. So I wish my slides would be on because that would help. Is there any challenge? Wow. Okay. I will just move on because the slides are mostly illustrative, and if I have to keep to the time that has been given, I really need it to be up. So I'm in the next slide. And one terminology that I'm known by, AKA Pinky Prof. And so I get into the airport and people are saying Pinky Prof. So I do have some passion too. And that passion is to drive late detection to his death of cancer, because that is what is underscoring the high mortality and morbidity. And I have, the next slide, please, if that's possible. This African proverb, it says, little by little. That is our language, right? A little becomes a lot. And just like Douglas did, I have come to challenge us that one individual, your efforts can eventually be able to turn into an ocean of impact. You just have to have that passion. You just have to believe that that which you can contribute is significant. So yesterday, I met a young lady who introduced herself to me, Osage, and she said, I'm a resident in radiology, and I'm ready to engage with residents in radiology in Nigeria and impart whatever I'm able to impart to them. I was impressed. And immediately I said, we're going to set up a Zoom meeting, and I will match you with residents in my department, and I'm sure that you're going to be able to have the opportunity to impart. So next slide. Why are disruptive technologies needed to kickstart and sustain healthcare transformation in Nigeria? I'm sure we know the answer. So I'm not going to go to that. It's going to be one of the ways I'm going to save time because we have been inundated with that information. How has Nigeria harnessed this? And I'm going to use some case studies that has to do personally with myself. The little drops of water I was talking about. So, some strategies to fill those gaps that we think are there. Next slide, next slide, next slide. Okay, so we are looking at artificial intelligence, we are looking at internet, we are looking at Internet of Medical Things, blockchain, telemedicine, 3D printing, and games. And I'm going to just touch on three: artificial intelligence, telemedicine, and games, creating games. So I'm going to skip all this because this is just like trying to justify that there is a need to move into digital solutions in Nigeria. And the main argument is that digital health, next slide, please. Digital health can be deployed to prevent, where is that? You're moving faster than me. So the opportunity is the slide I want. So digital health can be deployed to prevent high disease prevalence and to lower healthcare costs while helping patients monitor and manage chronic conditions. It can also help to upskill healthcare workforce, improve standard of care for patients, tailor medicine for individual patients, contain the impact of the Jabbar syndrome, and assist to close the gap in the low volume of clinical trials in the African continent, and also be able to enable underrepresentation of patients, impact underrepresentation of patients of African descent in clinical trials. Both healthcare providers and patients stand to benefit from these capabilities. So now we are here. So we are looking at how did we do, through collaboration and partnership, address infrastructural gaps, improve access to quality of healthcare, enhance healthcare for workforce, and patient-centered. Next slide. Okay. So I've done so much collaboration and partnerships that have been successful that I've just been appointed a dean for the School of Collaboration and Partnership by the Living by Design Mission, which is trying to be the Harvard of Africa. Next slide, please. So I came today to essentially preach need for collaboration and partnerships by showcasing some of the yield that collaborations and partnerships with major institutions in the US, such as Stanford, UPenn, Mayo Clinic, Morehouse, MD Anderson, Sloan Kettering, and John Hopkins, Will Cornell, and most recently, NIH researchers have helped the hospital I work in, which is the UNTH, and the University of Nigeria Center of Excellence for Clinical Trials, which I am the director of. The milestones we have achieved and leveraging digital health. So I will skip the next slide. Oh my God, you've gone really far. Okay, stay in the former slides, so I'll get there. So one of the showcased case studies I want to showcase is the existence of this UNN Center of Excellence for Clinical Trials. It's a clinical trial unit, template, specialized biomedical research unit, which designs, centrally coordinates, and analyze clinical trials and other studies. And we created the first one after the Clinical Research Center in South Africa. And it was through clinical trial unit creation that when the UK wanted to leapfrog their clinical trial industry, that was the model that they used, because it ensured that it was a focused unit which will focus on GCP standards being maintained and bring out quality data which will impress sponsors and make them desire to cite clinical trials in the clinical trial units. So that was the model, and we have formed an African clinical trial consortium, and we have been pressurizing African governments to adopt at least 2 clinical trials per each of the 54 African countries. And we are making steady progress. So I'll skip the vision. And of course, can you go to the next slide? So the goals is to achieve training, to ensure that we work with the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency to take our bench studies to the bedside. Translational research, clinical trials, and we have already started making impact in these areas. So scaling, the next slide, scaling clinical research in Africa can benefit society and the economy. That is not in contention. And I will just go through the major reason why I put in quite a number of the slides is that I believe that it will be shared and people can study them. So Africa is the world's fastest growing region, and the population could double by 2050, putting further strain on the healthcare system. So the continent has made progress in controlling infectious diseases, but faces the growing challenge of non-communicable conditions. Only 4% of clinical trials globally were hosted in African countries. This needs to change if the continent is to thrive. And I have a graph that is able to show graphically the volume the significant, diminution. Please can, next, yes, here. So you can see 2,213 as against 14,106 and 23,000 in different. So you can imagine the movement, and yet the volume of clinical trials has only translated from 0% to 12%. So Nigeria has come up with a bombshell, and I want to believe them, and I want to engage Mansag to see that they, just like what Douglas said, hold the government. I'm sure that Dr. Lausa is laughing because he's the architect of this effort that federal government plans 435 clinical trial centers. And if you go through the news item, you will be excited. And this is what we have been preaching, that we should scale up clinical trials in the country because of the potential benefits to our patient population. And we have the milestones, next slide, milestones that ONSECT have achieved. We are involved in many studies, the current VETEX study, amplitude study for APOL1 disease. Nigeria has the highest prevalence of APOL1 disease for chronic kidney disease. So our center is involved, and so many other, like I said, with all these different communities. So if you can run my slides, since you have boxed me into a corner, I will be. So equipment attracted, list of equipment. Next slide. The African Clinical Trial Consortium, I've already talked about it, our mission to make sure that this is scaled through all the African countries. Then we leveraged Uburu Technologies with Stanford, and we created a platform which is able to do quite a number of things. And one of the things is that he's been able, the Uburu Health, alongside working with ONSECT, which is the UN Center of Excellence for Clinical Trial. Next slide. Is using Uburu AI software to optimize recruitment in our clinical trials. Next slide. So it assists with fast patient recruitment by securely searching the EMR records of the different healthcare facilities that we engage with that have their records and have signed up with Uburu to gain access to the hospital data. Next slide. So all you need is given the eligibility criteria, and you'll be given all the different patients, not their information, but where those specific patients are located and the doctors that are managing them. And that cuts off quite a huge slice of the time you need to spend in patient recruitment. So next slide. So Uburu AI is plugged with large centers who combined have 4 million patient records currently on the site. Next slide. So going on, next slide. They have adequate data protection certification. Next slide. So we are also engaged with Morehouse on their Sambite study. We were able to tell them exactly the number of prostate, breast cancer, and cervical cancer lesions that they can harness. And because we were able to come up with those numbers, they immediately included our center as one of those to participate in this big study, $21 million study in Morehouse. Next slide. Next one. So this is an effort. Yesterday we were talking about AI solutions and the fact that there is no representation of our own data in creating those solutions. Now, what have we? So we focused on working with Stanford, and we've been able to come up with an AI. We're still working on it. We are calling it Uburuji GPT. Next slide, so that I'll go to how much. You see, predicted to reduce workload of radiologists by more than 50%. And so far, 22,000 images have been shared, and the AI development has started, and an extra 71,000 would be shared this very week. So we also expect to share an additional 200,000 images by November, and to equip Stanford with at least 300,000 images. Next slide, next slide. So we've also working with the Stanford Radiology and UNTH Radiology, working to include us in a training AI model that they are creating. So that is ongoing. Next slide. This is this justification for that, creating that training model for interpretation of mammography, which is the mainstay for investigation of breast lesions. Next slide. So we also did on skin. So right now, next slide, so that I'll go to the one that we've been able to, this study was already going on before I engaged with Stanford. And immediately we engaged with Stanford, they asked us the question. They are on this skin developing an app for skin lesions. And they've gotten it from all over the different continents, but they haven't gotten any from African people of African descent. And so we started sharing, and this is between UNTH and Lagos University Teaching Hospital. So we have these models there. I'm almost ending. So it has improved their accuracy to 73% accuracy. Next slide, next slide. Next slide. So they have now all skin tones being created with this model. Next slide, please, next slide. So you can see our images that are being included. And so we have 78 by US and Nigeria, 82. Next slide, please. So this is the team, acknowledgements for Nigerian collaborators. There's Dr. Hiro Onodugo, and that's me in front of the Stanford during my visit. And this is Uburu AI signing up with some of the healthcare facilities. Next slide. And Stanford, acknowledgements for Stanford. These are the investigators we are working with. Next slide. Next slide, next slide. So we are also engaging with UPenn. On that same trip, I gave lectures in Stanford and also gave lectures with radiologists in UPenn. So we're also developing some levels of collaboration. And these are very huge university setups. But can I tell you something? The connection had nothing to do with Nigerians in the diaspora. So that's why I'm here today to challenge us. Because Nigerians are distributed in very different, profound establishments. And they can look inward and ask themselves, how can we develop multi-center studies? How can I bring what I'm enjoying here as best practice care for patients? How can I bring it home? How can I collaborate? How can I partner? And that's the question I want to leave with us today. So the body collaboration with you, then next slide. I'm almost finished. Next slide. We are also doing trainings, regular webinars with MD Anderson faculty, with Will Cornell faculty. It's just incredible. And yet, all these were not stimulated by Nigerians in the diaspora. And it can happen with us. So, UNTH telemedicine, we started it. It's ongoing. Next slide, next slide. Telemedicine, next slide. See, engagement, so that people do not need to come to the hospital if they don't necessarily need to. Next slide, next slide. So, what am I saying? Collaboration and partnership with Mansag. Please, I've seen you signing so many collaborations and partnerships. I would like to also engage with Mansag and see what we can do together. And remember, it's not only for UNTH, it's countrywide, it's African-wide. And so, the next slide. This is a poster presentation I presented in Chicago, Breast Health Initiative. And in that presentation, there were key things: procrastination, fear, drivers for late detection, fear, superstition, diabolical reasons that people think it's not my portion syndrome. And I'm asking us, this is still prevailing. I told you I'm 44 years in medical practice. It has stayed. Late detection, late detection, late detection. A WHO presenter said, if you're asked the 3 reasons for increasing incidence of cancer and other non-communicable diseases, it is late detection, late detection, late detection. And if you want to add a 4th one, it is embracement of Western culture. So what do we need to do? I listened to a Mayo Clinic presentation about 3 days ago, and this is my last. Thank you. About 3 days ago, and they were talking about utilizing games, apps to pass on information and cause behavioral change. And that is what we need. We need a behavioral change. We need to enforce a behavioral change. We started Go Pink in 2015, where we are trying to use trivia to douse the fear and get to pass the message to the people. But now I'm thinking to myself, after listening to so many apps that are being developed here, and I'm saying, can you come in and partner with us if you have that skill set, so that we can develop games that will be targeted to disarm our population from holding on to this fear, procrastination that continues to drive that vicious cycle that results in late detection, high mortality, morbidity, placing Nigeria, perhaps because of its huge population, first in that kind of, we don't want to come first as having the highest mortality, morbidity statistics in Africa, and some studies will tell you worldwide. So I rest my case. Little drops of water make the mighty ocean. The next slide is my blessing to you for listening, because I happen to be a pastor as well. So you are blessed, I say, and highly favored, and the Lord is with you. Thank you very much.
Praise.
Hello. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Koye, for a very excellent presentation. Although you stayed more than 15 minutes of your time, but that's understandable. So it's lunchtime now, so we can go out for lunch. There's no protocol on that. So 2:30 p.m. we're back here, please. Thank you very much. So you can go for, I think one of the things that we should do as we're having the lunch is to the posters or so, and then go and have a look at the posters. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, lunchtime. Once again, we're spending the allotted time. Let's come back quickly. And General.
I know a lot about my God. So I stop to depend on the
Beauty pleasures I take part in those. Disconnect the internet cause I'm feeling intellectual. And I can't tell you're feeling the pressure. And I can't tell you're feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression. I can't tell your skill is precious. You can't change the whole direction. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression. Oh my ways, oh my ways, oh my ways. I like I see they go, baby. I like I see they go. Oh my ways, oh my ways, oh my ways. I like I see they go, baby. I like I see they go.
anybody when no one throws at you. Anybody when no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back to fele, I can't something. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear it. You there with another man. The way your body rotates. I don't like coming for you with another man. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear it. You there with another man. The way your body rotates. I don't wanna see you with nobody, 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 no. Don't wanna see with nobody, 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 no. I know your friends, they never want you for me. But now that it's over, you can rest on their shoulders. It costs me nothing, I can tell you for free. I'm a certified loner, certified loner. You slowly add it up. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know what chasing for me. Ololola de mango molo. Orokoto idisho molo. If you want to let Jack come alone, if you find anybody na money I want. But they hear what the people they love. Want to get a shakeleti love. So love when I want to get another one, I go take and do waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. Baby, waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do it with all my heart, oh. Go no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. Oh, I know the ways that Mr. Money Ginger. Montana, Tony, Montana. Montana, Tony, Montana. Tony, Montana. Tony, Montana. Big smoke by tobacco. Tony, Montana. Wacko, psycho. I want to explode. Fire, change out. Somebody call me what out. I dey on my own. Waka jaja make you know jam my back.
I remember Mbati, Ebing Pami. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner with drink Gary. Now they wanna snap pictures, I live flashy. Who gon' stop me, huh? Iwak Belutani. Impossible, every day is a celebration. This one for all my people that couldn't make it. Spent nights on the blue mat in the station. I said no comment, just to make a statement. How they hate me cause I'm winning. AP kicking, my rollie ain't ticking. One of 150, the whip that I'm whipping. Now they wishing they could've catch a man slipping. SHOKOLOKOBANGOSHAY. Shokoloco bango shit. Anywhere I go, you know the gang them.
I love you, no me say. If you say make I put one hand for fire, fire, burn. I go put one for fire. You know me say. If you say make I put one light for fire, fire, burn. I go put light for fire. Give me love, make a love. Take no other one above.
Hey, DJs, kick it.
Sabole la tatara ikutwa, mankas chova stuta. Akere kisiri buga kama chuta. Sabole la tatara ikutwa, gege. Sabole la tatara ikutwa, gege. Sabole la tatara ikutwa, sabole la tatara ikutwa, gege. Mankas chova stuta. Awe.
bad energy stay far away.
Baby, let us fly away.
Bad energy stay far away. She tell me, bad man, see I need your love. See I need your love. Me need you close to me. Me tell her say me, oh stay on the road. Bad energy stay far away. Make it stay far away. Just give me love for the night, give me love for the night. There waste no time.
Any money made, that is where I'm at. Any IB, I dey play my part. If you go roman, go me know you give fall. No they throw bad parts. Any money made, that is where I'm at. Any IB, I dey play my part. If you go roman, go me know you give fall. Give fall. Oh, why? I'm not in tune yet. Oh, why? I'm not in tune yet. Oh, why? I'm not in tune yet. Oh, why?
Yo fa Colorado, breakfast on fire. We'll tell him who check on. I saw a champagne in my mood. I guess a girl from the ghetto. Yeah, girls from uptown. I still life of a city boy. Oh yeah, Demo, oh yeah, Jello, oh yeah, oh yeah, Mama Sheba, come back on. Make me the start of the paragon. Start of the halagon. Cause you know say my people they calagon. Oguno my power. As they hating on us, make we my yamo. No be my father's son. Cause you know say I come from Potako. That's why I'm a jago. Start of the dance, I'm like I do. Go need a lago. I go show you say bounce and a lago. Cause I be city boy. And as I day for the street, they give me joy. Lamborghini boy. Put them on Jesus and I'm not religious. But I know. Yo fa Colorado. Breakfast on fire. You tell him who check on. I saw a champagne in my mood. I guess a girl from the ghetto. Yeah, girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, that's the life I chose. That's the life I chose. That's the life I chose. This is the life I chose. This is the life I chose. This is the life I chose. I am Muhammad. This is the life I chose. Sapele water shack basilico. Back with first impression. Many blessings so to tileko. Oh yeah, kill a fessor. Nothing. That's what I thought. Body to be wapoko potilo. If in a pack up some more. Imiti mo like in my faji gun. See your baby my loco so fo. Another one more to teach me. New sound design by Girl B. Poolside sipping on berry. All the fine girls want fake up body. I call them motivation from my man them up. Change your status, them no go reach us. Destiny number. Oh yeah, this is the life I chose. This is the life I chose. I am Muhammad. This is the life I chose. This is the life I chose. This is the life I chose. I am Muhammad. This is the life I chose. More to today, let it go. Oh yeah, go. More to today, let it go. Thank you right now. I go put you on D&D. Your eyes shut on because you get a sick move around me where you can end up on D&D. I don't work out with the security because I'm shooting one shakabula inside my TLO show. I'm the evil that body go let D&D. I do that I go. Oh yeah, I will. Bust down, design, I will. I'm a local guy. I do that I go. Yeah, oh yeah, I will. Bust down, design, I will. I'm a local guy. I'm a piano. It's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano. It's a big vibe.
vibe, but the girls them know. They see me coming, them they shout hallelujah. Every day it be like a new year. Overseas they won't chop me like suya. I know big dog, but it's true, yeah. Tire so greasy, oh, they dance like breezy, oh, easy, oh. My wrist, did they cold, did they freeze, oh. Them know they call me Mr. Money for no reason, oh. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we they run the town and any show bigger than any wall, stronger than any foe. Batman flows, put them on their toes, on the low, the girl them know. My bed is short, South Jamo, Colorado, pass me the fatty don't go. Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know.
Ain't that Culture FM?
Elon Musk set a Bluetooth boy, in a Tesla key, pulling up in a Tesla toy, no beach boy, see, no go day, phones they looking, no go pay, Charlie Poppy, I walk on me, too many I will fly all day, inside that yo, if you're so, another if you're day, inside that yo, if you're, another if you're day, inside that yo, if you're so, another if you're day, inside that yo, if you're, another if you're day, inside, doggy sell Mos West, para de body, BTC de body, money de body, doggy sell Mos West, para de body, BTC de body,
It's the remix of the remix. You know the steez. Broke on a beast. Your back are like Tesla, I got the keys. I star. I smoke. I puff and pass. 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 I puff and pass.
I for the inside location, they enjoy money, but I don't press. I for don't launch one hotel with one big body, but I don't last. They don't get stingy, we go when we take cartel, na pop pass. I know you play, I shift my pants, and don't go be, I use stay man. Voila, take it, for a can't take it, don't finish. I go get, you know what, so let me just see you finish. 1K not the last again, 100K not the last again, 1 million not the last again, 10 million not the last again. Big my lad, it's so free, mat started. All I say, puff, pass, and me some with my tail. Big my lad, it's so free, mat started. All I say, puff, pass, and me some with my tail. Passa, it don't, passa, it don't, passa.
So I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commas. Original no be parody. You know fit clear for your memory. Whether now winter or summer, I change Papa just travel now. Living life, see my fire burning bright within the inside me. Smally way they mighty, they never know I color. To the move fine, check and balance. Everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. Energy dog, I love her. More friendly and conscious. I'm allergic to circles, so I'm not ready for confusion. They're telling me make I show love. Stability on bono. Everything a connection. I'm not ready for confusion.
I be like Terminator. I deliver. I pass it doctor. Terminator. I be like Terminator.
Come and put up and be killer. This young never getting me for my body. I want light man, with my light that This young color no be fake for my mommy. My banana, oh my banana, go to my banana. Show me power, go take over. And let me love my life. It's in my life, it's in my life, my sultana. Cause you they amazing, you they amazing, your body amazing, don't be late, don't keep me waiting, you're procrastinating, terminator, don't get agreement, don't not terminating, go down,
Since 1947, the matter never settled. You be butter, be kettle. Mass ability loan ya one lenu. Better recognize, greatest of all times. No one that name then go call mine. As I they shanty them no time. Monday, Italaba. Tuesday, Italaba. Wednesday, Italaba. As long as I jalaba. And they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian.
Hey, DJs, kick it.
Have you ever seen a nigga like one? Each and every lady wanna give me a one. With a smooth weed, with a smooth cigar. Now we there, I can move on. I'm not too fast, King Solomon. I get higher, adrenaline. You know like me, one over. Never I switch when I love. Cause my guys don't follow no. The sky starts falling down. Dirty but I'm still your daddy.
Olele pala, my pretty Maliami. I'm thinking color on me. My jetty color. Wait for low along on me. And bring the back along on me. But along on me. Wait for love on me. Alright. I get the girl, I know for shots. Big back like Nicki Minaj. Anytime she turn around, she got me over. I see the back, I know the doubt. The headlight, the steady flash. Wanna give me that, get the card. Turn me into a I say, wait, you must come my lady. Oh yeah, you drive me crazy. Yeah, I can't explain this feeling. See, yeah, my Soweto baby, 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 my Soweto baby. Body they throw me like a banana, body they rise like a banana. I say color your crocodile, no good this crocodile. Tell you they passing my color. Ya me casa le chocomoto. Ya le di balas ciego, de pepa, mi catasue. No good do me diego, Maradona, mi catasue. El falapio sueto, mama fariza. Ya le yapa que pica negro, yo lo crezco. Tell me where you there, and a kilometer for your ways. So I gotta shika, to get shika, say me and Sukushika. What is the use of my money? Because no deal, not a gonna need it. She want you for Mogara, you know me, I be with you. She say, baby, I got me, oh, your thing, they touching my belly, oh. J'aime l'amour fast me, oh baby, come as I live for me. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Holy Father, screaming my Lady Gaga. She come in my face, I be yada. For this goddamn faded. Holy Father, my Holy Father. My Soweto, Holy Ghost, my Soweto, my Soweto, my Soweto, my Soweto, my cocaine, my Soweto, my Hadisa, my Soweto, my Soweto, my Soweto. I know that, 'cause you give me this.
You're my true lover, my mommy water. You can be out in my
Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. Anytime when you call, I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling. I'm a feeling.
I'm not moved by what I see. I know who I be. I just want my peace with money. I go get everything I need in my own timing. Koni koja mi, koni ide. So many people deny. Oluwa don't go sign. Can really peace my life. Everything come alive. They look at me so high. From a day low to high. I know it's burning your pride. Believe me, I don't mind. I think we'll be stop when we pop. Yeah, we are plenty spending. Like it's nothing. I think we'll be stop when we pop. Yeah, we are plenty spending. Like it's nothing.
Ain't that Coach FM? I know you're waiting on this delay to you. In my Panamera, hola, hola. I'm levitating, I feel like to see when you with Panamera. The thing you put on this your dollar. In my heart, I'm a soul and I wanna go crazy with you. Through the night till the sun goes on. You do it all for love. Anytime we go any corporate. I never wanna lose it. So you're happy now. This must be love. He did do me wow. Scatter my intana. Baby on insala. Killing me kitana. Check all of his hour. My station is lala. Every note is sala. Killing me kitana.
Introducing Vanessa, please. Us girls are slim. Hey, the girl them will tell them man say.
Me nah go beat me never beat when me say that pussy out. Dedicated to the man when me know. Baby, me no one, no other man. One man, come on, pum pum hey. One man, come on, pum pum hey. One man, come on, pum pum hey. One man, come on, pum pum hey.
Yeah, we are
head, my neck, my waist. But I still want more. I want more. My head, my neck, my waist. But I still want more. I want more. My head, my neck, my
Low-key, all of them done they low-key. I'm not joking, all my guys them low-key. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be yogi, but if you ask them low-key. I know they low-key, so you don't keep me low-key. Music close me, just know these are low-key. I get low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly.
You're not working with Culture FM.
Sitting in the corner, you're in the Chiangapana. Our boys don't hammer, you get me no Prada. Sitting in the corner, you're in the Chiangapana. Our boys don't hammer, you get me no Prada. Sitting in the corner, you're in the Chiangapana. Our boys don't hammer, you get me no Prada.
All right, while we are having... All right, while we have 8 minutes more to enjoy our meal, 8 minutes. Yes, 8 minutes more to enjoy our meal. You can use the 8 minutes to visit the stand outside and discuss with some of our sponsors. And secondly, there's a raffle ticket outside. We have a lot of fantastic prizes. All right, do want to visit the stand outside and discuss with our sponsors. And get your raffle ticket. It's just £1. You can get up to £10 ticket. We have blenders. We have a lot of gifts, fantastic gifts to win. If you have Naira, we don't mind. We'll accept it. Yes. So please get your tickets. But we have 7 minutes more. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, while we are
so you, there's a platform.
And you can see that.
We have 8 minutes more to enjoy our meal. 8 minutes. Yes, 8 minutes more to enjoy our meal. You can use the 8 minutes to visit the stand outside and discuss with some of our sponsors. And secondly, there's a raffle ticket outside. We have a lot of fantastic prizes. still want to visit the stand outside and then discuss with our sponsors. And hello. It's just £1.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Raffle tickets are up. £5 a strip, £1 for one ticket. We take cards, we take cash, we take naira. We take bank transfers, everything is possible. There are beautiful presents there at the back, and all proceeds goes to Mansag. Thank you.
So please get your tickets. We have 7 minutes. Raffle tickets. You will not imagine what you will win with just £5. It's £1, but you can just get 5 to increase your chances of winning. 6 minutes more. 6 minutes. 6 minutes to get your tickets. All proceeds will go to Mansag. Six minutes more. So let's begin to get ready to come back to our seats. 6 minutes more.
So I took her to my room and I started to depend on the gold, So I started to depend on PNG, then I started to the year round. Never to say when I started to get some, got all this paper. I got all this. So I started to depend on
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Raffle tickets are up. £5 a strip, £1 for one ticket. We take cards, we take cash, we take naira.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes more to settle down. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I can understand that a lot of people were trying to catch up and network. So some people are just having their food now. But just know that we have 5 minutes more. Remember that it's going to be the general meeting, the general assembly of Mansag. And so we have to work with time. Thank you very much, everybody. 5 minutes more for us to settle down. All right, it's 30 seconds more. 30 seconds. Please, can we all be seated? All right, for those outside, please, let's come inside. Please, 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 please. The set of speakers we have, like the first set, we don't want them to speak to an empty hall. Please, can we come inside? Everybody, please, can we come inside? Tell everybody outside to come in, please. If I can get 50%, we will start. There's going to be an annual general meeting. So we shouldn't forget that. And there's going to be a dinner tonight. So, and I don't also want the speakers to speak to empty seats. Not be saying when they'll come, they show some speakers, they'll probably like saying a pediatric dose. Pediatric dose audience. So please let's come inside. Those behind discussing, distinguished colleagues, please let's come and sit down, please. The powerful team here, those that have finished their lunch, please can you join us this way, please? Those that are already seated, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, Mr. Festus. So, ladies and gentlemen, to set the ball rolling for us, we're going to allow Mr. Festus to say hello to us. 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Because of the want of time, we're not going to take his slides. We just want him to say something and greet you, meet and greet for 2 minutes. Maximum. You ready? I'm ready. Just 2 minutes, sir, and your time begins now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe my voice can do the motivation. I want to say thank you very much for having me again to be part of the Mansag conference. It's been a very wonderful experience for almost 2 decades of working with you as a group. And of course, it's been a very tough journey as well, but at the same time, it's been a very fulfilling one. Just as a reminder of what we do, as a financial services firm, we are representing you as an intermediary with the market. And what I just want to talk about for the 1 minute is about what does it cost you if you don't have a financial advisor? The cost of not having a financial advisor, according to research, worth about £40,000 income at retirement if you don't seek a financial advice when you need a financial advice. And talking about financial advice is not just about getting the right proposition in the market, it's also about investing in a very tax-efficient way. In wealth management, the focus is about accumulation of wealth in a tax-efficient way, and of course, the accumulation of wealth in a tax-efficient way. At Terminal Financial, we believe that the future is in your hand. And there are 3 pillars that you can use in planning for adequate and for a secured financial future. Number 1 is about protection, securing your home. We know the fact that we live in a world that is filled with a lot of uncertainties. And it's a fact that every single human being, including myself, we are all going to die one day, but we don't know when it's going to happen. We don't know where. But as parents, it is our responsibility to secure the future of our children. What is the most important asset that we have? It is our ability, you and your ability to earn income. So protecting your income is something that we can help about. And quickly jumping into mortgage aspects, commercial mortgages, individual home SPV, residential home, first-time buyer. I always say this, any human being that has a job in this country can get a mortgage. Let us help you, of course, to get a reasonable product that suits your need in the market. And the last part is about wealth management. The question is, are you maximizing your retirement plan, your pension annual allowance? A lot of us are higher income earners that will pay higher tax. A lot of options are available for you to, of course, to mitigate against high tax in this country. There are many things that we do. Of course, because of time, I cannot say more than this. It's just a bit of encouragement. Either you are an existing client or you are just hearing about us for the first time. I will encourage you to please complete our inquiry form by coming to our stand so that we can book a session with you without obligation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Eminent Finance. Thank you very much. Financial company. You really look eminent financially. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving straight to the next set of speakers. But permit me to just welcome and recognize the special presence of, like everybody seated, Dr. Margaret Ikbo, the Vice President, Royal College of GPs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. And if you're just joining us, welcome to this day 2 of this great conference. It has been very resourceful. I'm sure we can attest to the fact that we are all have been richer in knowledge from different parts of, medicine. Almost all parts of medicine has been discussed directly or indirectly. Raffle draw. The ticket is just £1. But you are distinguished. Distinguished don't go for £1. So just get a strip of 5 and above. You will win something nice. After winning it, if you don't need it, give me. I know what to do with it. But try and get something to win. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, we'd like to invite Anele, who is going to read a citation of my teacher, my former head of Department of Pathology, a sportsman, and the current Chief Medical Director, University of Benin Teaching Hospital, the very distinguished, the very distinctive. I'll allow Anele to call the name. Not as if I don't know the name, but let me give Anele the honor. Anele, over to you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. I expect you've enjoyed the little break and your lunch. And I want to continue with the introduction of very eminent speakers. And the next one is Professor Darlington Obaseki, who is the current Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Professor Obaseki is exceptional, and in particular, he is a renowned teacher, a renowned academic with more than 80 publications to his name. But what Chinua Achebe said that the failure of Africa or Nigeria is the failure of leadership. Now, Professor Obaseki makes a difference there because his leadership in UBTH has already shown so many innovations, and he is going to take the UBTH further forward. Of course, there's only so far UBTH can go in comparison to my own teaching hospital, which is the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital. But Professor Basiki, you're very welcome. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I was seated at the back earlier on, and the mic, I couldn't hear much. I don't know whether you are hearing me at the back. All right, thank you. It's always very difficult to present after lunch. Luckily, like we do in Nigeria, our lunch is proper lunch. We have pounded yam, gari. Then after lunch, the next thing is that we tend to nod off. But here in UK, we take coffee, a very light lunch. So I'm sure you'll be willing and ready to hear me out. My presentation, first of all, let me thank the organizers, the incoming president, who is my classmate, Dr. Jide Menakaya, for inviting me for this, the outgoing president too, for inviting me to come and give our perspective. I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the public tertiary healthcare system in Nigeria. I'm going to run you through what we have done, what our challenges are, and from our perspective, what our recommendations and way forward. So we're going to talk about the public tertiary healthcare system perspective of Nigerian healthcare system. Next, please. I've already talked about the content. Sorry, my slides are animated, so just run through it quickly to make it slow. Yeah, thank you. Just keep going. That's good. So this is the content, how I'm going to take it. I'm going to do an introduction. We'll do an overview. I'm the Chief Medical Director of UBTH for 7 years now. So UBTH is my being, and I'm going to use it as an exemplar to represent what the tertiary healthcare system is about in Nigeria. We'll talk about challenges of the public healthcare provisioning in Nigeria. We'll talk about recommendations on how we can make it better, and I will conclude. Next, please. The University of Benin Teaching Hospital is one of the first generation teaching hospitals in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Oh, okay. Just go. Let's move fast. Just go. Yeah, thank you. One of the first generation teaching hospitals is about 51 years old, and it's strategically located in Nigeria. Currently, we are practically, by our numbers, one of the busiest, if not the very busiest, teaching hospital, whether private, public, secondary, or tertiary healthcare institution in this country. Partly because of our geostrategic location. We serve so many states, so many patients access our services from almost the whole of the South and part of the Southeast. I'm from Kogi. Every month, we do see about 85 referrals from different hospitals. 85 hospitals refer patients to us on a monthly basis. We are a 950-bedded capacity hospital. Like I said, our bed occupancy rate approaches 70%. For adult medical wards, that is about 100% for adult medical, but averagely it's about 70%. On a daily basis, on a working day, Mondays to Friday, we do see an average of 1,500 outpatients in our clinics every day. Next, please. These are our numbers for last year. Last year in 2023, we saw cumulatively more than 270,000 patients in our outpatient clinics. And this year, thus far, till July, end of July, we have seen about 150,000. All this speaks to certain things. That the public healthcare system, public tertiary healthcare system, is the bulk bearing the burden of healthcare provision in Nigeria as of today. The secondary healthcare system, what I'm saying now applies to so many other states in Nigeria. The secondary healthcare system, I don't want to use the word, they are non-existent in so many states, but they are not working as they should. So most of the burden of care lies with us. Every day on the average, these are our actual numbers, we admit 76 patients every day, and we do have close to 80 emergencies we attend to every day. Next. Surgeries too. In 2023, we did close to more than 5,700 surgeries. As at July this year, we have done more than 3,000. So we are going to do more than 6,000 surgeries. Next, please. This translates to about 20 surgeries a day in UBTH, more than 1,100 laboratory investigations, more than 90 radiological investigations, and others. All this speaks to so many things. High utilization rate, waiting times. It reflects on our waiting times. When people complain that you go to public hospitals, they have to wait. When you have so many crowd, some of my doctors don't close till 8 p.m. in their clinics because the crowd is unbearable. It also speaks to affordability. And most importantly, trust. Trust. If you won't go no matter how good or how bad your system is. People will not go where they don't trust. So there's a lot of trust by the Nigerian populace in the public tertiary health institutions in Nigeria as we speak. Then back please. This contrasts this with the number of staff. Just a token to show you how many workers we have. Our consultant strength is about 250, resident doctor 300, but take the nurses, just 750 staff nurses we have. Again, we have about, as at yesterday, 515 inpatients. We have only 750 nurses looking after 515 patients on admission. I will talk about this a little more later. So where are we today? Currently, the current status of UBTH, we've had to embark on so much because a 50-year-old hospital, for a long time, especially during the military era and even up to when democracy started, there had been no investment in Nigeria healthcare institutions, Nigeria facilities generally. So most of these tertiary healthcare institutions, their equipments are dated, the infrastructures are run down. So we have made it a deliberate policy to upgrade our infrastructure, including physical upgrade. No, one step back. One step back, please. Hi. We have had to invest together with the Nigerian Liquefied Natural NLNG to upgrade our ICU from a 7-bed ICU to a 15-bed ICU. We also got support from, next slide, next one, yeah, thank you, from the Heineken African Foundation to also upgrade our special care baby unit. We have one of the largest special care baby units in the country. That's neonatal unit that takes up to 15 units. Those of you that train in Benin, a lot of them are here, including the MC, who was my resident, including the guest speaker, Douglas, and his wife. A lot of persons, the incoming president, I'm sure when you come back, you don't recognize our SCBU again, our ICU, these facilities I'm showing you. I'll talk a little more on this, the premium ward. One of the things we have done is to also try to create a channel for access for those who are high net worth patients, for want of a better phrase to use to describe them. I will talk a little bit about that when it comes to recommendation, to provide the ambience and the necessary infrastructure for them to access the care that they desire in the premium setting. We also worked extensively on our accident emergency. I was hoping that our minister and his partner, Professor Patti, will come to commission a letter next month. We have a brand new emergency unit. Our data shows that 50 to 60% of death, in-hospital death, happen within 48 hours in the hospital. That is in the A&E. And we have worked very hard every day, granularly, to ensure that we improve the care processes there. Then we have about 33 wards in UBTH. One of the things we've also tried to do is to improve, upgrade the wards. Currently, we've done 10. We hope to. So this is a typical ward now. This is the maternity ward. Those of you that are trained in UBTH, I'm sure you can. In Iboku, you are smiling. This is M1, maternity ward 1. We have 33 wards like this. We've done 10. We are trying to do all of it. And of course, our AIE theater is also there. We've also tried to upgrade this. So physical upgrade is 1, 2. Move on. I would have loved to take the second one first. You didn't use your whole slide. Anyway, UBTH is highly known to be one of the greatest producers of healthcare manpower in Nigeria. Every year we train about 200 medical doctors and dentists. Every year we train them, our quality ones. That's why you are all here. I will talk about this a little. Residency training, postgraduate training. We have 22 specialty programs, all fully accredited by both the West African College and the National Postgraduate Medical College. All our postgraduate programs are fully accredited. College of Nursing Sciences, we produce about 255 nurses and midwives every year from University of Benin Teaching Hospital. We also have an Institute of Health Science and Technology that has 14 schools, including School of Biomedical Engineering, School of Anesthetic Technicians, Pharmacy Technicians, name it, plaster technicians. We produce every year. Mid-level healthcare workforce that we produce in our school. But the peak of the pack, and there is the paramedic training program, the first in the country, and I think still the only one, trained paramedics that are manning almost all emergency centers across the country and abroad. Right now, as we speak, 33 of our trainees are manning the London Ambulance Service. As you can see some of them here, direct from our school. They don't do any other exam to be certified from UBTH in London Ambulance Service. So we are strong on human capacity development. Next, please. We have also tried to focus on process upgrades. The operational efficiency and quality of care. I will run through this because these are, for you guys working here, these are basic. But for Nigeria, this is actually where the heavy lifting is. Power, water, digitalization. It is heavy lifting. You talk about computerization. How do you computerize when you cannot assure 24 hours light? This we've had to. So we have digitized. UBT is very big as UCH, LUT, but we have managed to computerize all 80% of our outpatient services. We are doing it gradually. We have our own EMRO. Next, we've also have 24 hours power supply. When I say this, people are always shocked because we have triple layer of backups for our light, general light. We have the public. We are into the national grid through the Benin Electricity Distribution Company. We also have a private power supply for the IPP that we logged into. In fact, we alternate between the two. The IPP, they call them Musiomo, they are the ones that invested close to 200 million on this to make sure that we are able to switch between the two. We have a switch over from national grid to the independent power. We also have a third layer. We still have about 30-something generators that have been there since. So between these three, we've had 24 hours power supply in Benin. Water supply, this is basic. It should be basic. But even state governments can provide just water. So we have water, not just water, portable water. Our taps in the UBTH, you can actually drink from it. This is huge in Nigeria. It's basic here, but it's very huge. It's not something that even big state governments have been able to deliver. Communication is key when you're talking about operational efficiency, how you move patients from one place to the other. If you go to many emergency centers in the country, they'll tell you no space. What that means, in actual terms, is that there's no space in the A and E. There's space in the ward. So communicating between the wards and their emergency point is key to move patients quickly and free the beds available. So we have also been huge on collaborations like we are trying to do here. Last 2 years, I was at AMPA in Chicago, where was it? Or New York? It was New York. where we had the Anampan conference, and we collaborated with a lot of organizations, NCDC, NSIA, the Rush University Teaching Hospital in Chicago, and now we are discussing with Mansag, with Dr. Menakaya, on how to improve our emergency care processes further. Now, using UBTH as an exemplar, the challenges. Number one, and if we don't get this right, this will be the end of the healthcare system in Nigeria. You can't do much if people, as you are training them, they are leaving. All the programs you want to do, if we have started an open heart surgery program. There's always a driver for this program. You want to do lithotripsy, there's a driver. By the time you invest so much resources and effort on this person, tomorrow you heard he has left. It's like a wound that will never heal. All attempt to improve. So this is the elephant in the room that we must tackle. What we must look at how we can create incentives. I will discuss that later. Disillusionment and burnout. The economy is tough right now. Very, very tough. And the work is not reducing. I consider myself as a GOC. I have to be fast then. General Officer Commanding in the front line of the war on healthcare improvement. We know what we see every day. Getting people to put in more, asking them to put in more is very hard. So there's disillusionment, there's burnout. Getting people to motivated to do their normal shift, not beyond though, is very hard. Dated equipment, I've talked about that. Budgetary constraint, I heard Douglas speak earlier. The government is not just for health. There's issues everywhere. People keep saying Nigeria is a rich country. I don't think so, for relative to the need of the society. That's my personal opinion. Lastly, non-performance-based remuneration. This is the key to unlocking the problem in Nigeria. Everybody earns the same thing, so long as I'm a professor of pathology. I earn exactly the same thing with a professor of neurosurgery. I don't think that is fair. Secondly, those that come to work and those that don't come to work, they still get paid. If you try to discipline them, your system will never be settled. Your system will not know peace. The minister here will hear petitions that he will not know the depth of or the undercurrent of. So we must find a way to put more money in the pocket of those that are working. We must find a way to differentially reward people across specialties, not everybody earning the same thing. If we can crack this will really help our... So quickly on recommendations, I thought I had 20 minutes. You are giving me 5. Recommendations. My number one recommendation is that we need to quickly start intramural private practice. I was here yesterday when the team from Abuja, the Center of Excellence in something, oncology, and what they are trying to do, which is quite good. But the assets we have within the public healthcare system in Nigeria, they are humongous. We must leverage these assets. We must be able to use what we currently have. The patients trust the tertiary hospitals as we speak more than any other system in Nigeria. So we must find a way to incentivize the doctors and the healthcare workers working there. I did a presentation to my program in Blavatny School of Government, University of Oxford, sponsored by IG Mokwede Foundation. And that presentation I just talked about, I did a project called Piloting Intramural Private Practice. And what we said was that this pilot, is it possible for our doctors to come and bring their private patients and utilize our facilities, and they get paid, they still pay the hospital routine, and they get paid a fraction or a percentage of that. And it's obviously working. We must find a way to reward those that are working more. We're able to use this to demonstrate that our resources that are idle, especially during call duty hours and weekend, we can actually leverage these resources to do more for the patients and to get something extra for the hospital and the staff themselves. That is already been done. Next, please. Then we also need to be huge on PPP and concessioning. The federal government is already doing that. For example, the NSIA, Dr. Douglas mentioned it earlier, one of us, my UBT is one of the centers that is a beneficiary of the new oncology program, which we are going to get 6 machines for 6 centers. UBT should be the first soon. We need to harmonize or leverage resources, bring capital into the public healthcare system, bring money into the financing. If the federal government, there's not enough anymore, the honest truth, we need to get the private sector to invest more in public healthcare. We need to also, this is where the diaspora community comes in, group practices within federal teaching hospitals. Some of you can come together like a group of laparoscopy surgeons. Come, and we'll create the necessary infrastructure, ambience, premium ward setting, that you can come and we'll put patients for you who can afford your services at the very minimum. I will pay itself for your journey home and back at the very minimum for those of you to come and spend your holiday. We provide the security and the accommodation and the other. These are things we can discuss further. Of course, looking for funding, insurance penetration in Nigeria is still very abysmal. We must leverage in the insurance scheme to provide more resources for this. So I will just run through this. I've already spoken about this. Our hope is that all this will happen to establish specialized centers of excellence, invest in research and cutting-edge technological innovation, prioritize energy-efficient infrastructure and green, strengthen partnership. I've spoken about all this. And lastly, to make sure that we position our tertiary hospital as a destination of choice for medical tourism so that we can stem the tide of people going out. That way they can even spend more money in our system. I want to thank you on behalf of the tertiary hospitals in Nigeria. Thank you.
For the past 21 minutes, it has been distinguished Professor Obaseki NY, who has been talking to us, a renowned pathologist. He has the ability to relate with the dead and the living. And that's what pathologists, that's what they are, and that's what they do. When you bring those samples from the theater, those are the living. Then when they go into the morgue, they deal with the dead. They will ask the dead, what killed you? And the dead will speak to them, and they will come and translate and interpret to all of you. And those pathologists, they are very dangerous people. They are the ones that can nail another doctor. Yes, when MDCN, they contact madam, when they go to court, the pathologist must come in. Who killed that patient? Based on what we saw when we met, he killed him. All right, on that very relaxed note, we'd like to, at this point, read a citation of the man who has just been newly elevated, and by Monday, he will be taking a new position and a new role. He has interfaced with health. He's moving to a broader department, a bigger one, which is education. The health minister, current now, by Monday, is going to be education. I would like once again, distinguished Professor Anele, to do the honor of reading the citation.
Good afternoon, everybody, once again. And distinguished minister, if you permit me, I want to say a few words about you. I would expect that most people here would know your background or the detail. But Tunji, Honorable Minister Tunji Alausa, is a man who has both knowledge and experience. He has many places. He's acquired knowledge, and he has been rising progressively in life. He studied medicine at the University of Lagos. Lagosians here? Give a shout. Then, what most of you don't know is that he's not a stranger to this place. He actually spent some years as a trainee in Bolton, which is not a few miles from here, and Newcastle. So he knows this place well to some extent. From there, he went to the United States, where he did his residency in medicine. And after he became, I think what they call an attending, he has been the professor of nephrology, hypertension, and internal medicine at the Medical College of Wisconsin. Then, of course, as we all know, about a year ago, he was appointed the Minister of State for Health, in which capacity he is here today. And from the presentation we had earlier from our keynote speaker, you can all see all the rapid and great moves that have occurred in the Ministry of Health since he stepped in. I suppose our loss will be the gain of the Education Ministry, but I'm sure he will not forget us. Honorable Tunji.
Thank you, Professor Anelli, for that generous and warm introduction. I don't even know, how many minutes do I have? So because I've been so struck on how I should do this.
We must use wisdom.
Okay.
Okay, 20 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So that's also, I just needed that guidance because I wish this meeting could have been a different structure, more of a town hall meeting. Then I would have been able to tell you the strides we've made in the last 14 months. We've done a lot. And I know talk is cheap. People have spoken, but then we need to look back and see what's happening in the country today. Government is a continuum. We know that. But in government, you inherit the assets and you inherit the liabilities. I wish the way people have been so stringent in criticizing this government, they've done that in the last 10, 20, 30 years. We won't be here today. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the most democratic president we've ever had. I'm happy. People should talk. That's why we're government. Voice out. We've created the environment for you to talk. But when the president was campaigning all across the country, he made promises to Nigerians and said, I would serve you. I will not get there to make empty promises. Whatever I tell you, I'll fulfill it. And that's what the president has just done. That's what he's been doing. Leadership, it's about disappointing people in the dose they can tolerate. This president has taken the boldest decision that no president has been able to take in the last 30 years. Of course, things are hard. We have to. If you have to do the right thing, you have to take difficult decisions. We now have to resign ourselves. Not even resign ourselves. We have to come to reality of living with this age-long dictum. We need to take short-term pain for long-term good. And that's what this president is doing. He's positioning our country into the future, sustainable future, where generations yet to come will look back at us and be thankful to us. That's what every one of us is enjoying here today in the Great Britain and other developed economy. They took the difficult decisions 200 years ago, 300 years ago. What as the president done. I'm going to come to my speech, but I just want to lay the background. We were spending money that we didn't have. Go to your own nuclear family. If you are servicing your household expenditure, your electricity, water, buying food with your credit card, and you're using your entire salary to pay interest on your loan, how can you be sustainable? It is impossible. But previous presidents have just continued to deceive the people. But this president, I would not. I would do the right thing by every Nigerian. And what decisions, the hard decisions that previous presidents have not been able to take, this president took it. It looks as if everything was collapsing. Number one, we inherited a bankrupted government. Our oil sale was at 900,000 barrels a day. And half of it has been leveraged already, it's been sold into the future. Within 1 year, the president has advanced oil sale to about 1.6 million barrels a day. Our macroeconomic indicators are better. Now, we have to stop. We have to discontinue fuel subsidy. We're spending $1 billion a month. And I'll tell you, 90% of that money was going in the pocket of the rich men, not even the masses that needed intervention the most. We're spending $750 million a month to subsidize our exchange rate. It wasn't sustainable. It wasn't. So guess what? And as we're subsidizing this exchange rate, people, rich men, will go, move the money to Geneva, move the money to New York. And a citizen got impoverished year over year. That's what the president has stopped. He stopped the arbitrage in Forex. He stopped the arbitrage in fuel subsidy. Now, we have a refinery that is producing everything we need. President has taken difficult decisions. We have to just wait. And when I say wait, we're not going to wait for 10 years. We're beginning to see the dividends. Inflation here in England, go back 10 years ago before COVID, everything you're buying in your houses, they've doubled. It's not only in Nigeria. And today in Nigeria, even the purchasing power of Naira is still high. Where on earth would you be able to eat full meal with 1,500 Naira a day? Just about $1. Good meal. Now people are complaining, being power. We didn't come in. If the country had been positioned to produce enough food that we needed, we'll meet enough food. But within 1 year, the food production rate in the country has almost doubled. So let's look at things in the wider context. We cannot continuously be negative. Nigeria is back. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has brought Nigeria back. If you're not going to get a lot of applause, but I need to tell you, I know we Nigerians were all about negativity, but you, the diasporan population, you are very enlightened, very educated. You have to be balanced in your objective, in your view, the way you criticize. We live here. My friend, you said security. Security is much better in the country. The level of banditry compared to when President Bola Ahmed took over has been decimated to by almost 90%. Of course. In England here, you see people working on somebody will take a knife, stab people. Does that mean England is bad? Does that mean the UK is not secured? No. Go to America last year, 53,000 people died of gun violence. We don't have 2,000 people dying of gun violence in Nigeria. Or has anybody said America is the most unsafe country in the world? So let's look at that country and be positive. We need that. And when I stand among very educated elites like you, when you begin to skew your voice, you skew your assessment, then we have a problem. But then this government will not be deterred about that. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has a mission and is moving right forward. And the country is seeing the benefit today. I just wanted to use that as an opening. Thank you, Professor Anelli, for the introduction. And let me recognize the DG of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, Dr. Kari, and the Deputy Registrar. And let me particularly thank Dr. Chris Agbo, the Mansag President, Dr. Jide Menakai, the incoming President, and Dr. Andrew Alalade, the incoming General Secretary of Mansag, and all the distinguished members there today. Now, I'm deeply honored to address you today at this 27th Annual Scientific Conference and the Annual General Meeting of the Medical Association of Nigeria and across Great Britain. I commend Mansag for its dedication to advancing healthcare and promoting excellence within the Nigerian medical diaspora community. Your contribute to enhancing healthcare delivery both in the UK and in Nigeria. And your efforts hold tremendous significance to the future of healthcare in our beloved nation. As we gather here in Manchester, we stand at a pivotal moment in the history of the global healthcare, facing unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunities. The theme of this year's conference, the future of healthcare, a global perspective, could not have been more timely as we navigate the complex challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for global health systems. It is essential that we focus on collaboration, innovation, and equitable development of healthcare capacity in all regions of the world, including our own country, Nigeria. Healthcare challenges that once seemed isolated are now global, requiring collaborative solutions that transcend borders. The HIV/AIDS pandemic, COVID pandemic, Ebola, and more recently, the mpox challenge highlights the importance of global unification in addressing public health crises and the critical importance of robust, resilient healthcare system that is driven by innovation and equitable access to care for all. In the coming decades, we anticipate several key trends shaping the future of healthcare. This includes, but not limited to, the rise of personalized medicine, driven by advances in genomics and artificial intelligence, increasing focus on preventive care, the integration of digital health technology, growing emphasis on mental health and holistic well-being, addressing healthcare disparity and ensuring equitable access globally. These trends present both challenges and opportunities for healthcare professionals and systems worldwide. As we reflect on the future of healthcare, it is clear that international cooperation is critical. I believe that one of the most immediate and impactful areas of engagement is between the Nigerian government and our partners in the United Kingdom. By strengthening our ties with the UK government and institutions, we can open new pathways to support the Nigerian healthcare system. Mansag, as a leading Nigeria medical association in diaspora, plays a crucial role in shaping the future of healthcare, not only in the British Isles, but also in Nigeria and beyond. Your membership of over 15,000 Nigerian medical practitioners and health professionals position you uniquely to drive global health discussions while also providing direct support to your home country, Nigeria. Nigeria is proud of its diaspora community, particularly the contribution of our healthcare professionals abroad. Many of you have established yourself as leaders in innovation in the UK healthcare sector, earning a reputation for excellence. Yet, while you have built successful careers, you have also maintained deep ties to Nigeria, contributing to initiatives such as medical missions, knowledge transfer, and training. Your potential impact in areas of knowledge transfer, capacity building, technology adoption, public advocacy, investment and entrepreneurship as public-private partnership is most welcome and will be deeply appreciated. However, leveraging the full potential of diaspora engagement is not without its challenges. This is why we're proactively addressing issues such as brain drain and its impact on the Nigeria healthcare system, regulatory barriers to practice across our borders, and that's why we have the registrar of the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council, who has been here with us in the last 2 days. And I understood from our conversation, our speech to you, I understood that it generated a lot of discussion, and I hope she's been able to answer all your questions. Cultural readjustment for returning professionals as well. And I'll really up on this a little bit more. Cultural readjustment. Some of our diasporans were born here. You have to go back and come to your home country. But the ones of us that live in Nigeria, we should not stay in America, in the UK for 10, 15 years. The UK to Nigeria is less than 6 hours. You can come home, maintain your cultural linkages, maintain your friends. People come here, they break their relationship, and now they don't have anything to go back to Nigeria. And what happened is, and that's one of the things I think generates a lot of this negativity. They just want to continue to justify the fact that they don't want to go back, but they put a facade on the country as being unsafe. That's not the case. I'm also like you. I lived in America for 30 years. I went to Nigeria 3-4 times a year. And the safety, the security situation I see in Nigeria now is different. The development, the infrastructural development in the country now is different. And I can report to you today, Lagos, Nigeria, is destination of reverse tourism. No matter what anybody says, I see the data. People are coming from the UK, they're coming from Dubai, they're coming from the Middle East to do surgery in Nigeria. And we're going to continue to push that. We've put a lot of regulatory process in place in the country. We're regulating the eye care facility better. Professor Obaseki was here. What he mentioned on his slide, he failed to tell you that a huge part of those investments are from the government. He only mentioned LNG and Anakin. Professor Obaseki has over 3,000 employees, all paid by the government. It gets a lot of infrastructure, capital money every year from the government to develop those infrastructures. What LNG did was just one word. This President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has given the healthcare the largest budget ever in the history of the country. And we're deploying those money to infrastructure development. University of Benin, one of it. University of Benin Teaching Hospital being one of it. And exactly what he showed you is what exists in all our federal tertiary hospitals. You go to FMC Ebutemeta, you get the level of care there is comparable to what you get here in the UK at 5% of the cost. You go to LUT, you go to every teaching hospital. And rightly said, our sub-national governments have been missing in action. But what we're doing now is that we're aligning more with the state government. We're coordinating more, deploying more resources. We're building a national digitalization program ever in the country. Migrating our tertiary hospital, secondary hospital, PHC, the pilot will be started. We'll be migrating about 17,000 PHC on a platform. A lot of things are happening in Nigeria. You need to seize the moment. Take the opportunity. Please. People are coming. Other nationals are coming to the country to take this opportunity. I need you. And now we have a president that is particularly interested and has mandated us that we need to actively engage the diaspora. It's giving us the mandate that we need. It needs you home. It needs you to come back home. Please, security is not the issue. Today, I can tell you today, Nigeria is safe. I can tell you, no matter what anybody says. We do have 100% crime-free country? Absolutely no. Is there any society that is perfect without crime? No. But let's not keep harping on the small negativity. Walk into our federal tertiary hospitals now, go to our PACs. We have a SWAP program that we retooled. We have the Basic Care Provision Fund that we're funding more. The hyper-fragmentation that we have in the healthcare system, when development partners just came and did whatever they wanted, is gone. We're realigning everything so that we're moving more money into our primary care. I know I don't have the new data, but I know by now our maternal mortality rate is going down. Our under 5 mortality rate is going down. Our infant mortality rate is going down. This is all within 1 year. There's a plan. We have a strategic plan, not only in the healthcare sector, but across sector of the country. Because the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has promised Nigeria that he will fix this country, and we're on that path. That's the path we're going now. Let me particularly thank the President of Mansag for his participation at the stakeholder forum to discuss the implementation of this program. Your insights and experience as expressed in your contribution at the event have been very helpful. Though this program will aim to establish a two-way knowledge exchange between our healthcare professionals abroad and those working in Nigeria, this program is not just about addressing short-term gaps, but about creating sustainable systems for capacity building, skill transfer, and innovation from the diaspora. The President, the country needs you. This is the best opportunity. We're creating every single enabling environment for you to come back home and thrive. Please seize on this moment. Don't let it pass. And I want the diasporan people to be the ambassador of what we are doing. A lot of things, I'm not saying everything is being solved, but we're moving progressively. They said the journey of 1,000 years begins with the first step. If you're going to travel 1 million miles, if the distance is northward and you're moving southward, every step you take, you're moving away from solving your problem. But today, we're moving northward, solving our problem. As every step we take, we're chipping away that problem. And you saw Professor Ofema, what she said. Little drop, little by little, make an ocean. And I'll tell you, we're not even moving little by little. We're sprinting. The President is very, very anxious to get solutions, to get dividends of democracy to Nigerians. And that's what this government is doing. Professor Nlezi said, I'm moving to on Monday. So my friend, the MC, said, I'll be going to the educational ministry on Monday. Yes. But then, we're on a one government approach. It's a continuum. And you look at the social sector of any society, it comprises of 3 things. It comprises of 3 things: education, health, and social investment. I've had my stint with education in health. I have a good relationship with Professor Pate, and I can promise everybody our ambitious and reformative agenda will continue at full speed. Health education will now do more cost linkages, and we're lucky that the former Minister of State for Education is going to Ministry of Humanity and Poverty Reduction. The President gets it. He knows what he's doing. This just didn't happen by chance. It's a strategic decision that the President made. So by the time we've coupled the tripod, education, health, social investment, we've covered the entire social sector of the country. So please, I'm going to appeal to you. You need to take on this opportunity. You have a president that is very passionate about you. He loves you, wants you to come and deploy and unleash your potential in solving, in helping to build an egalitarian society, in this egalitarian society. And in so doing, what can be the best thing to do? Service to your country is service to humanity and service to God. You're using your God-given power, talent to advance. I know you hear economic situation, but at some point in life, it's not about money. It's not about comfort. I'm very thankful to God. I was very comfortable where I came from in America, but it wasn't about the Mercedes I drove, the house that I lived. That was not what mattered to me again. It was about actually putting my money where my mouth is. I didn't like what was going on in Nigeria. I've worked with various governments to develop policy. And when this opportunity, even before this opportunity came, I was spending a lot of my time in the country. Now, I cannot be happier. I couldn't have been happier. There's no risk going back to Nigeria. There's no risk. In fact, it will give you more contentment and more fulfillment. I know the MC has been there, and I'm trying not to really abuse the privileges that is given me. I'll be around to take questions. Thank you so much. God bless Mansag and God bless Nigeria.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been the Honorable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, sir, Dr. Lausa Tunji. Highly cerebral. When you see him, very amiable, you think he is not well grounded. He touched every area and every aspect. Honestly, if I am close to the president right now, I will ask the president to strategically add information to his ministry. Guy, you are capable. The way you have spoken to us here today, if you're a minister of God, you will win all of us to your church. Thank you very much, sir. We are more enlightened. I mean, we know the situation. If you left here and went back and you're saying this, then I'm like you. I go home every time too. Yes, I go home all the time. So, yes, it's work in progress. Thank you so very much. Just to give you a little heads up, an award is going to be presented very soon. After the citation, we're going to invite you back together with our president to make that very distinguished award a very distinguished member of a Nigerian and a distinguished doctor. So as not to waste our time, so many things I would have wanted to tell you, give you some more comic relief, but I don't want a situation where my son will not give me balance. So I just want to comply with all the rules. But so far, so good. I know you've enjoyed your stay here so far. And the conference has been very, very rich with the quality of speakers. Having said that, sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, at this point, invite distinguished Professor Anele to come and the citation. Oh, okay, it has been swapped. All right. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Theo Asoma. I'm just deputizing for my senior orthopedic surgeon, Anele Abisi. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Bola Owolabi, who I think has black doctors in the UK. You must have seen and heard of the work she's doing with, health inequalities and all the work she's doing for black people in the UK. She's the director of the National Healthcare Inequalities Program at NHS England, and in between that, she's a general practitioner in the Midlands, so a very busy woman. As I've said, her focus is on reducing healthcare inequalities through integrated care models, service transformation, and data-driven quality improvement. We're all scientists, and if people say things to us, we like to have the data behind it. So when data backs things up, then it makes a lot of sense. She spearheaded the NHS England's Core 20+5 approach, and she has represented the UK in international healthcare policy summits. She was previously a National Specialty Advisor for Older People and Integrated Person-Centered Care at NHS England. She's an alumni of Ashbridge Executive Education, and she has a master's in leadership, quality improvement, and she received an NHS Leadership Academy Award in Executive Healthcare Leadership. So it's my pleasure indeed to introduce Professor Bola Owolabi as our next speaker.
Just before she speaks, Professor Wolabi has been a tremendous impact to Mansag at the background. Over the last 3 years, she's done a lot for us in terms of this. So I'm going to invite our Honorable Minister to present this award to a leader who has not just impacted health inequality in the UK, she's also passionate about doing that in Nigeria. And we have begun a discussion how we're going to do that in Nigeria and different states of the country. She's a woman that is not just a leader, but also motivates others. There's one or two things that we've done in Mansag that was just my discussion with her. The Leadership Academy, so the discussion, a phone call I had with her that stirred up that group and is moving on very well. So I want also on behalf of Mansag to thank you so very much for what you have done in terms of not just supporting Mansag as a Nigerian, but also making sure that we use your space to reach out to your mission, which is health inequality. I want to invite our Honorable Minister to present this award to you.
On behalf of Mansag, in recognition of the excellence and outstanding contribution to the medical community, I present his award to Professor Bola Owolabi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister, a very warm welcome again, and thank you so much for your generosity with your time and with your insight, and a very warm welcome to the delegates from Nigeria as well, from the MDC. Thank you, Chris, for your leadership. I've really appreciated the genuine way that you've taken Mansag forward. You've made it easy to collaborate with you because you are genuine and you care. And to Mansag colleagues more broadly, thank you for coming with Chris on that journey. And MC and colleagues, thank you for the very kind introduction. I am going to spend the time that I've been given talking about an issue that is very close to my heart and that I've had the opportunity of leading in England over the last 4 years. I am going to share with you a tale of 2 patients as the backdrop to the other things that I'm going to be saying this afternoon. For those who may have heard me share this before, do indulge me, because I believe people's stories bring strategy and policy into a meaningful space of the so what. There was a 48-year-old patient who had type 2 diabetes. Many of you will know that that's eminently treatable. It's not a life-threatening condition, certainly not in the 21st century. But this patient sadly died at the age of 48. And that was as a direct result of the inability to afford the most basic of treatments. I'm talking about insulin. Insulin has been around for decades. It's probably one of the cheapest interventions. I'll tell you the story of another patient who was 78, a gentleman who suffered a stroke. But he had the fortune of one of his children being able to make a diagnosis over the telephone through video consultation. Many of you would be familiar with the golden hour. That is the hour within which, if you have access to treatment, then your outcomes from a stroke are far better than if there was additional delay. Within an hour, he was in the specialist center under the care of the best doctors, nurses, He was on high dependency unit. There was no delay to his care. He had virtually no neurological deficits as a result of his stroke. That stroke occurred at the age of 78. And that gentleman died 2 weeks ago at the age of 80. The woman was my mother. The man was my father. And the daughter is me. That is the difference that 30 years make. 30 years of the ability to acquire the expertise, the financial resources, the networks of influence that materially make a difference in people's lives. And so when I stand here to talk to you about health inequalities, I'm not just talking about strategy or policy. I'm talking about real people and how health inequalities show up in people's lives. And the vision that I am calling you to this afternoon is exceptional quality healthcare for all by paying attention to three things: equitable access, not equality of access, equitable access, and being mindful that people should have an excellent experience regardless of their socioeconomic status, and that we collectively strive for optimal outcomes. How does that manifest in my work? I offer you reflections on our journey in England and perspectives as to what could help from a Nigerian perspective. In 2020, at the height of the global pandemic, NHS England made a decision to set up a new program focusing on health inequalities. And I was appointed as director to head up that national program of work. I realized very quickly that addressing the issue of health inequalities is not something that the healthcare system in isolation is able to influence. Of course, the healthcare system has responsibility and accountability for people's ability to access services. It has direct responsibility for the quality of their experience and the outcomes they achieve, of course. But when you talk about the social determinants of health, education, housing, household income, employment, those big societal structural drivers of health inequalities, it makes it imperative that the healthcare system collaborates beyond its own siloed boundaries. And that's the super matrix approach that I've taken to leading this work in England. So how does that look in practice? We've worked extensively with the National Institute for Health and Care Research, NIHR, for example. Many of you may be aware of the 50 million maternal health inequalities challenge grant that was launched a few months ago. We did that work primarily because of Black and Asian maternal health inequalities. The Embrace report has told us for at least 12 years. The latest says Black women are 3.8 times more likely to die in childbirth or the year following delivery compared to their white counterparts. But rather than bemoaning the issue, we are working in a super matrix to try and address these issues, NIHR being one of our partners. The Clinton Global Initiative had their conference in New York about a month ago. I have been in conversation with the CGI about how we can collaborate, particularly in low to medium income countries like Nigeria, to address the stark maternal health inequalities that exist in Nigeria. It's not only true here. We look at the life science industry. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a disproportionate mortality rate affecting people from Black, Asian, and ethnic minority populations. And when you look at pulse oximeters, the machines that determine or tell people what your oxygen level was, we assumed that they worked the same, but they didn't. There is evidence to show that the pulse oximeters, the readings they were giving in people with darker skin tone, like Africans, was inaccurate. And a lot of clinical decisions were made on the basis of what the pulse oximeters were saying. We could have bemoaned the issue, but actually we worked with the NHS Race and Health Observatory to conduct a series of research to demonstrate that there was disparity in what the pulse oximeters were saying. And the Secretary of State for Health at the time commissioned a review of inequity in medical devices. That report was published almost a month ago. And on the back of that, we did some piece of work with the Betty Moore Foundation in the United States to launch a research grant into inequities in medical devices. Another example of strategic partnership as a way of moving the dial on these inequalities. I am not interested in admiring the problem. I deliberately situate myself in the space of solutions. The so what? Because I can stand here and tell you the data. I've already talked about the maternal health one. What about mental health? Black men are 10 times more likely to be subjected to restrictive interventions in mental health services than their white counterparts. A person with learning disability, if they also happen to be Black, they have just 34 years of life expectancy. That's it. 34 years. Those are the numbers, but it's not enough for us to continually rehearse the numbers. And I want to talk now about spheres of influence. Spheres of influence across 3 dimensions. Firstly, your personal agency. Every single one of us in this room has attained a degree of leadership that means that we can advocate. We can advocate for the people that are suffering the greatest inequities, whether that is in our writing, whether that is in our speeches. Whatever your sphere of influence happens to be, you can advocate. Because you see, your silence is untenable. It's untenable for the people who are dying. It's untenable given the investment that has been made into us. We didn't arrive here on our own. Many people invested in us getting to this position. We have a duty of care to use our personal agency to advocate for others. Secondly, policy influence. Every time the government launch a call for evidence, do we respond? Do we mobilize the people around us to respond? And I want to thank CAN for the work that they've been doing in partnership with me and my team on this. We have the 10-year health plan that was announced by Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer and Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Wes Streeting, the other day. There will be a UK 10-year health plan for England. Will you respond? Will you be that person who explains what health inequalities mean for Black women in maternity care? What it means for Black men in mental health? What it means for Black men who have double the incidence of prostate cancer compared to their white counterparts. And yet, there isn't a national targeted screening program to detect those prostate cancers early. And when I talk about policy influence, it's not just the papers that get written. I have been working with Prostate Cancer UK, for example, and the Transform trial was launched, a £42 million trial to build the evidence for why we should have prostate cancer screening in a targeted way for Black men, for men who have the BRCA gene mutation, and men who have a family history. Policy influence is another domain of your personal agency to act. What about the support of our peers? It's really important that we lift others as we climb. You know, my job, many of your jobs are incredibly busy, but we must never get to a position where we're so busy that we can't see our colleagues around us. You can offer half an hour. My diary is shocking. And it's because I believe in human capital. Whether it's a medical student who reaches out to me on LinkedIn, or it's another colleague, a consultant, whoever you happen to be, I try. I don't always succeed, but I try to give people time. You know, building human capital, the peer support of our colleagues. As people experience the discriminatory challenges, whether that is in terms of professional regulation or their experiences in the workplace, what is your personal agency to support them? I will never forget Professor Adebajo, who is a consultant rheumatologist in Barnsley. When I arrived in this country over 20 years ago, Professor Adebajo took his time to listen to the much younger version of me, and he was the only person who didn't keep saying no. And the other day when he rang me and he said, I'm looking at the hundreds of millions of pounds of research that is going into Black health, and I just wanted to thank you. I said, Professor, do you remember me? And of course, he didn't remember me. I said, you gave me my first job in the UK. He said, no, I didn't. I said, you did. When we invest in others, you just never know. You just never know what that small seed of your time, of your just giving people an opportunity, you don't know the ripple effect that it's going to have. That's another sphere of our personal agency to act, building human capital, the peer support of others. The other dimension of our personal agency is the accountability of the system. Many of you will have the opportunity of sitting on boards. I have the opportunity of sitting on a number of boards. Do you ask those searching questions about why health inequalities exist and persist for some people, but not others? Will you be the conscience of your board? And sometimes the reason why we choose not to be the conscience of our board is because we worry about our personal safety. Let me just tell you now that you are not safe because you chose to be silent. When you choose to be silent, you bankrupt your own credibility and the future of so many others. I challenge us to use our agency to act by being the conscience at the table of your board, respectfully, not in a shrill way, not in a shouting way, but respectfully with the data, challenge the status quo. But not only challenge the status quo, come up with some solutions. Let me speak to the second space because I can see the MC is very rightly trying to get me to round up. That's your personal space of influence. What about strategic partnerships? You know, as Mansag, the reason I started working collaboratively with Chris and his colleagues is because strategic partnerships are so vital. The issues we're talking about cross national boundaries, whether that is global pandemics or the challenge with the climate and the changes that we're seeing there and the impact on people's health. There is no global health security without global health equity. And this is where strategic partnerships become absolutely mission critical. I want to see partnerships between NIHR and its equivalent in Nigeria. The National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, NICE, and its equivalent in Nigeria. How is it that in England we have succeeded in securing funding for Casgevy, gene therapy for the treatment of sickle cell disorder? Enormous investment. And yet we know that in England we have 17,000 people with sickle cell. In Lagos alone, it would be millions of people. But the gene therapy is not available in Lagos. The number of people who reached out to me on LinkedIn when I made the announcement that the NHS is now going to fund Casgevy, absolutely heartbreaking messages. Help us. Help us. There are more of us who have sickle cell in your country. You've just made an announcement worth millions of pounds. And so I want to see us leverage our collective agency through strategic partnerships in research, in policy, in innovation, with the life science industry. If we can do it here, why can't we do it in Nigeria? Chris knows how my heart breaks on this particular issue because I experienced health inequalities firsthand in Nigeria. My mother will be here, she will be 78. If we could afford insulin, there would be millions of families like mine today in Nigeria for whom that is still their story. Why is that? And so I have a sense of urgency and a sense of moral injury about what is happening to the poorest of the poor in Nigeria. And I really want to work with Mansag and with the government, sir, to really learn the lessons of how we've addressed health inequalities in a tangible, meaningful way in England, and transport some of those experiences back to the place where I come from, so that in 10, 20, 30 years, we don't have somebody else standing on some stage in the world saying, my mother would be here if we could afford. Honestly, it's ridiculous every time I say it, insulin. This is my call to action to Mansag. It's my call to action to all of us as leaders in this room. It doesn't have to be this way. Health inequalities are unfair and avoidable differences in healthcare outcomes between and within populations. That's the definition. And within that definition is hope. They are avoidable and they are unfair, which means we do have agency to act to stop them continuing to be the reality of just millions and millions of people across Nigeria. And I hope you'll join me and the incoming president of Mansag and Chris as he continues on the executive committee. Don't let's carry on having talking shops, please. People's lives depend on it. And I call you to action to let's make a difference together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think she deserves a standing ovation. I mean, of course, the minister has given her his own standing ovation, and we must join the minister. A very passionate speaker, very distinctive Professor Bola Owolabi. Thank you so very much. I was wondering, people have been speaking from the slide, but I mean, she just had us spellbound with her talk. Thank you so very much, and message well passed, message well driven in. Well, it is not time to go. I know the just trying to step out is coming back, and we should not think that the conference is over because it's going to just have a chat talk with somebody out there. Our next speaker is a man I met about 4 or 5 years ago, and very amiable. When I met him, I was blown away by his personality. A professor, obstetrician, and a gynecologist, well-trained, very gentlemanly. I would just say this since he's here. In the UK and in Canada, in the United States, I don't think they've recorded a lot of obstructed labor before. I don't know. I don't have that statistics, because the children here, they are happy to come to life. They are happy to come to life. With the good life and everything kind of, even though it's stressful, they are comfortable kind of, compared to where we are coming from. So the children here, when you give birth to them, they don't obstruct. They just come. Madam, push. Put a woman in labor, the husband is doing well, they have their cars, they are earning their salary normally, and life is very good. Labor does not waste time. Baby, push. Madam, push. That's the end of the baby. Push. And the baby just come out. The baby will be happy to come to the UK, even from the cry. Nga, thank you for bringing me here, Lord. Nga, thank you for bringing me here, Lord. Go to Canada, no obstructed labor. Madam, push. That is the head of the baby coming. Push. And the child will just jump out. And the child will begin to thank God. Nga, thank you for bringing me to Canada, Lord. Nga, thank you for bringing me to Canada, Lord. Go to United States. The same thing. Nga, thank you for bringing me to the USA. But go to General Hospital Warri, where the woman in labor has been there for the past, since we started this conference in the morning. The woman has given birth to about 30 children before. This is the 14th pregnancy. Since morning, all the consultants, all of them, they've been begging the woman to push. The woman has been pushing for where? Madam, push. Don't come and kill this baby, push. For where? The child is holding the womb. Push me where? Where are you pushing me to? That is Jumbo. Has he eaten? Obakpororo, have you people bought books for him? Push me where? I am not leaving. Whenever you have money, call me. And the child will be there. But when you have very skilled professors, consultants, specialists that know that the more the child is there, the child will most likely do damage or kill the mother. They have one instrument they usually use. They call it forceps. For those of you that don't know, forceps is like 2 scissors. It's like scissors with 2 big heads. They'll use that scissors, hold the baby head and try to come out before you kill your mother. And ladies and gentlemen, children that are born with forceps, the shape of their head is not regular. So just look around. If you see any head that is not regular, know that most likely that might just be from forceps. The women are lucky they have their wigs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on that light note, I'd like to invite Judith to introduce to us and, of course, read the citation of very distinguished and very distinctive Professor Dili Anumba. Give him a wonderful round of applause. Of course, Judith.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Dili Anumba. What do we know about him? He's a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at the University of Sheffield and consultant obstetrician and subspecialist in maternal and fetal medicine at Sheffield Teaching Hospitals. He researches into high-risk pregnancy and maternity inequalities in the UK and low and medium income countries, funded by the National Institute for Health and Care Research, amongst others. He led the National Institute and Health and Care Research Global and Health Research Group in preterm birth prevention and management in low and medium income countries between 2018 and 2022. We also know that he collaborates with other researchers in Bangladesh, India, South Africa, and Nigeria. His research grant income over the last 10 years exceeds £15 million, and he has over 200 peer-reviewed publications, books, and book chapters. Finally, we must acknowledge that he served as Mansag president between 2009 and 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Dele Anumba.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. I almost couldn't recognize myself. May I crave your indulgence to move away? I was going to be looking at this rather than looking at the screen. So I'll move away. You want me on the podium? Is that because I'm not 6'7"? Right. Okay, that's fine. I'll stay there and just work from there. Is that okay? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I'll try and be very brief because the day is far gone. Yeah, this is better. So the day is far gone, so I'm hoping that we can do this in a very short time. My remit is to speak briefly to collaborative working, and it's fair to say that we have all listened to examples of good practice in collaboration. Therefore, my task is pretty much done. So I intend to just give you a little bit of background as to the sort of collaborations that I've been involved with, both in the UK in terms of my research and my clinical work, but also across the globe in various other places, and then perhaps just give us my own experiences around good practice principles that enable us to do collaborations both in the UK and abroad. So those are really the things that I'd like to touch on. I'll also touch briefly on some of our own experiences that Mansag is doing so well. Someone said I was president before, but my biggest pride and joy is to see that those that have succeeded me have continued to blaze the trail in ensuring that we're collaborating both in the UK and in the and in Nigeria as well. So in UK, a lot of my work is very multidisciplinary, and you'll see that one of the key principles of collaboration is working in a multidisciplinary way. So a lot of my work, over £5-6 million worth of grant income, has been doing work around understanding why women have babies early. And my collaborators are mainly engineers, technicians, scientists who use cutting-edge technologies that I don't have to enable us to do work together. We've developed a number of devices which hopefully will also help with issues around inequality. Many of them are at various stages of technology readiness, as they would call it. And these are some of my collaborators, as you can see, scientists, researchers, statisticians. But also, currently, what we do, it's another fairly big collaboration that I'm involved with, is the Tommy's National Center for Maternity Improvement, which also looks at ways and means of reducing stillbirths and preterm births nationally using digital support tools, decision support tools that try to reduce inequalities in health that mean that Black women don't get the same level of care, for example, as white women. And we don't have time to go into the data, but this is a big collaboration that includes the Royal College of Midwifery, Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, my university, Sheffield, Bristol, etc., etc. But what's interesting is that it's incredibly multidisciplinary, because we have women's voices there as well, nothing about me without me, as well as so many of these other specialties and professions. Coming to Mansag, I will skip these slides, but these are some of the areas where we've forged collaborations over the last decade and a bit with some of our own various involvements. And on a more global sort of scale, we've also been collaborating interdisciplinarily across the globe, and this is one of the research groups that I headed, and I'm still heading bits of in terms of working in India, Bangladesh, South Africa, Ghana, and we had some projects in Nigeria as well. But again, the emphasis is on the multidisciplinarity of the work, the fact that it's not just about one person or the other, it's about us all working together, which is really what collaborations are about. And these are some of the meetings that we held with various groupings in Cape Town when we were prioritizing the research that needed doing. And the key thing there was that women were also involved, academics were involved, nurses were involved, midwives were involved, social scientists were involved. And that's really at the heart of collaboration. And coming back closer to home, these are some of the initiatives we led in Nigeria at Babcock and Bayero University. And there are existing collaborations with these groups, again, engaging with social workers, engaging with community leaders, as well as colleagues and researchers, and developing education and training tools. And this was some of the other work we've done also in South Africa, in Kalafong districts, where we were dealing with issues around adolescent pregnancy, because adolescents' health is a marker of inequalities, and a marker of inequities is a marker of social exclusion. And we did some of that work in Kalafong and then also some of that in Cape Town. Again, very interdisciplinarily. And these are some of the other work we've done in India as well. Again, huge groupings of people working together, looking at adolescent nutrition, adolescent education. We developed an education package, which we rolled out in secondary schools to prevent women having iron deficiency anemia, which is a cause of anemia in 50% of adolescent girls in India. So why do I go through? And these are some of my other research groups. I'll skip all of this and just go on to the reason I mentioned that. All of that stuff that we've shown are the successful bits. But the take-home message is that when you're thinking of collaboration, for some of these relatively successful bits, there's probably another twofold rates of lack of success when you're trying to forge collaborations. And really, the real reason why collaborations are important is shown very clearly in this slide. The top one is about how many blind men, is it 8, 9 blind men or 7 blind men who are trying to say what an elephant feels like. I'm sure we've all heard that story. And the blind man who was touching the tail said the elephant was definitely feeling like a snake. And someone touched the tusk and said, this is what the elephant feels like. So pretty much the silo mentality affects how blind people see and figure out the elephant. And every one of them will be right from their own perspective. The only way we can understand what the elephant is or who the elephant is and what the elephant is like is when people collaborate together. You take the perspectives of so many different people. And I can tell you for sure that what I've learned collaborating is that I have a tunnel vision as to what I think needs doing. And until I speak to other professionals in different groupings, I do not fully understand the picture. And that's why we talk about a helicopter view of doing things, because you need to be detached from your own personal perspective to enable all of you to get a more holistic picture. And that's why, for example, we want to work multidisciplinarily. I remember when I was president of Mansag and we decided that we will admit allied health professionals into Mansag. A lot of people agreed, but a lot of people said, are you really sure? Why? Because doctors were more comfortable being doctors. Nurses are more comfortable being nurses. But actually, when we deliver healthcare, we deliver it as a team. So if you're going to be collaborating with Nigeria, you need to collaborate across the professional divides so that we can provide the training and education that we want to provide in a more holistic sort of way. It's similar to those of us who watch Formula One. You know, when the pit stop happens, these guys all come out and they're not looking at where the steering is. They know exactly their jobs. and they just go there and fix it, and suddenly everything works beautifully well. So the paradox of collaboration is that there are tensions. So if it's a big collaboration, there's going to be more tension, everybody is very knowledgeable, and managing collaborations can be a real challenge. So what are the core principles? Now, just about as I try to round up fairly quickly, my own experience is summarized here, and that might help you if you're trying to build collaborations, because I hear people say, I want to get involved. How do I do that? The first is responsibility. You've got to feel responsible for something. The second is respect. Respect is one of the big impediments to good collaboration when collaborating parties don't respect themselves. So if you're collaborating with colleagues in Nigeria, you have to respect them. You have to understand that their perspective is equally important, but from a different perspective. And they also have to respect you. They have to respect all the effort that you've made to make yourself available. You have to respect across professions. So the doctor is very important, the midwife is very important, the social worker is very important. We bring different perspectives to an equation. And one of the key challenges of collaboration is when that respect is lacking. The next thing is there has to be some degree of mutual trust. And when you're setting up a collaboration, do try and have a common vision. People are talking about memoranda of understanding. There are probably more memoranda of understanding than real understanding when it comes to collaborations. So it's not about what paper you sign, it's about how you've subscribed to the vision of what you've signed. So ensure that you're really trusting yourselves, but that you also give yourselves individual autonomy so you can actually do what you're good at, rather than micromanaging a collaboration, which has been my experience when it comes to leading fairly big groups. Coordination, cooperation, and there are so many other things which I'll skip. But it's important that we understand these things if we want to do well with our collaborations. I'd just like to end by again giving us a few food for thoughts around the challenges faced with trying to collaborate with our home country. Certainly from the perspective of a women's health practitioner, I was at a meeting just 3 weeks ago with another colleague of ours from Nigeria who works with the WHO, and he was giving me the maternal death statistics, global maternal death statistics for Africa, and the rest of the world. And you can see the Africa big band there at the bottom is the maternal mortality rates for African countries. And you move on. Sorry, this is actually a video, but I don't think it's showing. So you can see what's changing here in terms of the estimated number of maternity deaths from maternal regions. And you can see the only one that hasn't dropped is the one for Africa. You can see the Asian from 1985 to 2020 has dropped from contributing more than half. In 2020, it's still Africa that is contributing the most. And if you move on to the contributions, the 20 countries with the highest absolute numbers of maternal death, Nigeria is top there. The second country there is India, which is 1.5 billion people. Nigeria is 230 million. But we top all the countries of the world for numbers of moms who died during childbirth. And India is a third less than ours. If you look at the rates as well, even just for Africa, we're right up there. And if you look at what's happened in terms of change, what's called maternal mortality transitions, many countries have been moving from one transition to a better transition between 1990 and 2020. Look at where we are. Nigeria is, sorry, you can't see it there, but Nigeria is the top country there. So between 1990 and 2020, we've made no real progress in maternal health transitions, which is a very sad statistic indeed. And if you look at it again here, Nigeria is one of those in the stage 1 of maternal mortality transitions. Just, you don't need to look down, you just keep looking at the top there. Nigeria is one of those top ones there. Some countries have moved from stage 1 to stage 4 between these 2 years, but Nigeria has made very little by way of change. And why might that be important to us as doctors? Now, this is another set of data that looks at the availability of the health workforce between 2012 and 2020. Now, Nigeria is here, and most of the West African countries are there, and the density of doctors in the African region is incredibly small. So we don't have enough local doctors, and if we are thinking about collaborating with Nigeria as diasporans, we can play a role in one way or another. And many people have talked of education and training. There are just not enough doctors, and we can help in one way or another. So what are the steps to collaborating? As this is my last slide. So what is the big idea that you have? People say, how do I collaborate? How does it work for you? What is the big idea, no matter how small your big idea is? So find a partner, collaborate to forge a collaboration. Find someone who shares your big idea. Sometimes you might think they share your big idea, but subsequently you find they don't actually share your big idea. They have a different intention or narrative. It may not work. The next thing is to find like-minded but different people. Sometimes we think the best people are, if I'm an obstetrician, then the best collaborator is an obstetrician wherever I want to work. It's not always the case. It's actually probably better that you find a midwife, that you find someone who's a social scientist or whatever, because then you can complement one another. That's one thing I've learned, is that I collaborate with people who are like-minded, but from different backgrounds and professions. The third thing is to agree an agenda and a modus operandi. The next thing is to respect everyone in the partnership, but celebrate and recognize diversity. It should be different. Don't just take your friends with you because you want different perspectives. The next thing that is hugely important is communication. You need to be able to establish lines of communication both between yourselves and across yourselves. And finally, monitor your progress to improve the strength of your collaboration. And finally, this is my last box here, finish the job. So if you have a collaboration, one of the biggest problems with collaboration is starting something and letting it fizzle out, no end product. So if you're collaborating, no matter how short it is, no matter how long it is, try and finish the job. Get it to the end point of your collaboration. So in a nutshell, I've just gone through my experiences. There isn't much time, but I hope you are enthused to continue to aspire to be part of a collaboration that will deliver health to women, children, men, everybody, either in the UK or in Nigeria or whichever part of the world you want to work in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Anumba. I'm not going to say very much. I think we've all heard from the last speaker and some shocking statistics there. The question is, what are we going to do to change things? Without further ado, I am going to introduce the last speaker for the day. It's been a very, very long day, so just bear with us. 10 more minutes and we'll all stretch our legs. Okay. So the last speaker is yet another professor. I think for any of you who have tried, becoming a professor and going on that journey, you know it's not easy. Some of us tried, but fell on the wayside and just decided to settle to be just consultants. Anyhow, Professor Ibi Erekosima is a consultant renal physician at Salford Royal Hospital, Manchester, and an honorary senior lecturer at the University of Manchester Medical School. He also serves as an honorary visiting professor at the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, and he's a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians in London and Edinburgh. We also know he has special interest in medical education and pre-dialysis care, hemodialysis, preventive nephrology, and he focuses on early prevention and detection of AKI and chronic kidney disease, amongst other things. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Erekosima. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Judith, for that kind introduction. I think because of the day's time well spent, most of the things I want to say borders around health inequality. So I'll just demonstrate some of my slides on some of my work in Nigeria. And it's based on this same story about global health inequality. There is so much gap in healthcare, especially in renal medicine. And so I came to this country in 2000, sponsored by the government. And now somebody was asking, why are you still in this country? But my trajectory as, when you come around, you come with your family, but there was problems with my eldest child, so that meant that I had to stay in this country. But I had a memorandum of understanding with River State government, and so which meant that I needed to do something. And so in the midst of my confusion, I decided that I had to do something over the last more than a decade and a half. Next slide. So I'll just briefly go through the outline. I'll just set the scene and then talk about international self-nephrology, activities in the last 10 years, achievements and challenges, and future and conclusion. Next slide. So what's the reality of renal care in Nigeria? I mean, we've been talking about the income economic index in Nigeria, and it is known by everybody, so I won't go to bore you with that. But one thing I want to make you know is that renal replacement therapy, which is dialysis and kidney transplantation, is very far-fetched. And so the mean age for patients who have end-stage renal disease is usually 40 years. In this country, it's 65 years. And so we have a young economic population who have this disease. I've seen students who have come here to study land in my clinic with a kidney function of 15% because they've been hypertensive since age 30. And so this is the data from my colleagues, Wokoma and MM Choma in 2010. And dialysis is a luxury, I tell you. It is. Next slide. So look at this slide. This is from ISN. It shows that, you see where Nigeria is red. There's no free or universal care. And the last speaker really struck me because we can do the talking, but if we don't walk the walk, we just talk. Next slide. And so look at data, because Bello, who I knew in Sheffield, when I was in Sheffield Kidney Institute, brought out this data in 2019, and it was in BMJ. It's very stark. Look at, there's no data reported from Nigeria. And you can't change things without data. And that's the truth. Next slide. And so that made me start thinking. I mean, Professor Numba said, you can't work on your own. So I said, what can we do? Now, I thought about the International Society of Nephrology, global advancement for of kidney care. And they started this in the 90s. And so look at the key word they used there. To work with local leaders, regional and national societies in poor countries and other privileged communities to give better renal care. So what does that mean? So you can't go and do something on your own. And because I've been going back and forth for Harcourt, I was appointed an international ambassador for education, just to educate colleagues in 2014. Next slide. So I said, I drew up some objectives, talking to my colleagues there in Port Harcourt. I said, I think we need to look at low-hanging fruits. So first of all, I said to promote early detection and prevention of AKI and CKD, timely management of acute injury. You don't need big equipment to do that. You need just people and the will. And training manpower, I'll come to that in a bit, establishing sustainable renal clinics. I always say this is a long shot, very long shot. Next slide. And so, you see this chap, Professor Donoghue, he was my mentor in this country. He was the first czar of renal medicine in the UK. I took him to Nigeria in 2007, because he formulated a national service framework for kidney care that you use in GP surgeries, early detection of CKD. So I said, he was my clinical director in 2007. So I went with him. He sadly died in 2020 because of COVID. He went to London and he never came back for a meeting. And so that's him. So he gave me this, I saw this slide because he gave that slide to me. He said, dialysis and transplantation comprise a visible, expensive component of care. That's what we talk about, dialysis. But what of the things, the iceberg that is under the water is massive. So there are people walking down the streets with CKD that we can identify. Next slide. So what happens after that? The International Society of Nephrology has what we call sister renal partnerships. And so we can explore that. So one of the things I did was I looked at the qualification. I think we do qualify if I partnered, my department partnered with Port Harcourt. So it is in 3 levels. So I said, well, I go for the lowest levels, level C, where you're giving just $3,000. $3,000 cannot even pay my flight ticket return. So I said, okay, what can we do with that? Next slide. And this is Port Harcourt. I don't know whether some of you know the city is in the tip of the south. There's a lot of trouble there in the Niger Delta. My boys are there. But look at the University of Port Harcourt Children's Hospital. There's a Locozed bottle there. So if you got recovery, you take some Locozed. Yeah. So that's the University Teaching Hospital. That's the main gate. Now, one thing I want you to understand that there are only 6 nephrologists in River State. And I'm the most senior nephrologist, but I'm in the UK. So, next slide. And so we started this partnership. So the partnership, like Dilly said, I got MM Choma who shared the same vision with me. And so that's him there. And then I got to convince my department. And look, I told them to give me data, and I presented in the department CME Day. And so 2 consultants now said they will go with me to Nigeria. David, who is an interventional nephrologist, and Dimitris, who is very good with acute kidney injury and all that, is our clinical director now. So I'll tell you the story. Yeah, now, we were now given level C 2017 and 2018, and then we succeeded with the $3,000. We did a lot of education, sensitized the department, got people around Niger Delta. People came from Bayelsa State, Delta State to attend our webinars. We started doing hybrid way back in 2017 with WebEx. And so that was successful, so we were moved to level B with now $12,000 every year. And so look at the 3 areas. We're supporting CME, contributing to the development of sustainable programming RRTs, because that's a long shot. We said there's an alternative to hemodialysis. Let's give peritoneal dialysis a shot. So we got a grant, which goal-directed peritoneal dialysis in Nigeria. I'll give you details of that. And then we developed a 3-stage program for AKI. Next slide. And so this is when we arrived. That's the team from the dialysis unit, and that's David in the middle, and that's Dimitris, and that's the head of the Department of Medicine. That's myself. Next slide. And so what we did first was to meet the stakeholders. That's the Mansag on the far left with his team, and that's the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, because we were going to do some research, we needed some university input, and then that's the Vice Chancellor. He even put it on LinkedIn. I got this from there, and that's the teaching hospital where we're going, the management team. So you got to talk to stakeholders. Yeah, so next. And so what we did, so that's the WebEx when I went, I was in Port Harcourt while my colleagues were doing the presentation through using the internet. So we had screen where you see their photo. Those were in 2017 and 18. And And this is the point of care testing we used in various rural health centers in terms of early identification of AKI. And so one of the things that the ISN, the very ambitious objective was that elimination of AKI by year 2025. That is a real ambitious objective. Next. So the pandemic struck and we couldn't travel again. So what we did was that we got a studio where we set up a learning hub. And so our interventional nephrologist was now using that learning hub. Look at on the left there to teach how to do kidney biopsies, putting dialysis lines, and that's me. And this was when we went, and then we did buy some educational resources. We bought them a laptop, a projector, and a printer. Next slide. And so why I'm putting this slide is that Nigerians are resilient. In 2020, when all of us were in our various cocoons, they were still, in my department, everything was shut down. They were still celebrating World Kidney Health Day. You can see on the top left. That's why I put this slide. When I went to meet them this year in March to see how they've done. And then look at them there, the health awareness campaign, and that's the team there with Dr. Pedro. I'm sure he's a professor now. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is just photos of things that we've done. We got our PD team when we started the PD program to train our PD, the Nigerian nurses. And those are the PD team. They were using Zoom to teach. And those are the nursing team there with some of their doctors in white coat. And you can see some of the training that we did. Somebody is there, one of the trainees is there, and all that. So next slide, please. And so in that process, we were able to demonstrate to ISN through abstracts that what we have done. So this is something that I just wanted to elaborate more. We had AKI project. And so one of the things we did, how can we reduce AKI in primary health care? So rather than working in the teaching hospitals, we brought it down to primary health care. So we had to prove the concept. We now, first of all, evaluated the technology with the local laboratory in teaching hospital, and we brought out an abstract on that. Next slide. And then we now had a workshop, one of the biggest AKI workshops in the region, and we now set out a risk stratification algorithm for adults with suspected AKI, computer-acquired AKI, which we can use in the primary healthcare centers. And this was used in the COVID centers. Next slide. And so we've rolled it out, but you look at, next slide. So look at the conclusion. We found out that most of the patients that had AKI were children with malaria, and they got and they went. They got better and went. Next slide. Okay, this is the goal-directed incremental peritoneal dialysis we tried to do. That's still in process. Next slide. So this is the first PD 2022. There's never been any peritoneal dialysis in that part of the country because there are no peritoneal dialysis fluids at all in Nigeria. So they finally got to do this in 2022. Next slide. And so that's the patient that we're trying to do. And then next slide. And so we also collected patient stories. If you hear this guy's story, you're going to, like Professor Wolobi said, until you hear stories of people that affects you, you will not know. This man sold his house, his daughter left university, they couldn't afford it. And so the family gets poorer, and the man is going to die. Next slide. And so we extended our activity to the River State University Teaching Hospital, and that's the commissioner in the middle there, and that's the team there in the River State University Teaching Hospital. Next slide. So this, I just want to see you to see this. These are trainees. So out of the 6 nephrologists, these 4 will will be joining the consultant manpower by next year. Next slide. So major achievements, I've just mentioned AKI, we had transfer of skills, advocacy for renal care, and supported the CME. Next slide. Challenges. So one of the things is if you want a collaboration, you must talk to your colleagues there. But one thing that really struck me was that two of the renal trainees, Japa, that's a big problem. They left. After we trained them, they left. So that's a big problem. Security challenges. As you can see, for me to get these people safe, we had people with AK-45. Yeah. So, next slide. And so, the future, sustainability is a concern. So, we need to understand that. Setting up of certification and working still with the committee. Next slide. And so, last year, November, we were able to see the governor there, but it's all talk. We saw the governor, that's it. And then my colleagues were made honorary chiefs, so there's a lighter mood to it. You can see they're all having, yeah, sure. So look at us there, and they're on their way home. Next slide. And so the ISM recognized this and said, look at what the ISM said. If you go to the blog, now this was a real and measurable impact in River State, in the Niger Delta. And it's a multidisciplinary team approach, which Professor Numba said. And so that's something that if you want to collaborate, it has to be an MDT approach. Next slide. And so this is what I want you to take home with. Reality, equality, equity, liberation. So what's happening in renal care? At global level, at local level, the reality is that it is now there. Equality, equity. Equity is what we're talking about most of the afternoon. Next slide. So I just this acknowledgement to all those that have made this work possible for the last 10 years. And so I'm very thankful to my department, and so for even working with us in Port Harcourt. And next slide. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening. It has been distinguished Professor Eric Osima. Thank you very much, Professor Nephrologist. Question, just one or two, or one and a half. Any question? None? Okay. Thank you very much. Give him a U-O. Where the clap have it. Thank you very much. May I invite Dr. Ugo to give a vote of thanks, and while he's making his way down, please, the meeting will be at the 4th floor, the Emirate Lounge. Yes, at the Emirate Lounge up. So, and after this announcement, we should all begin to find our way upstairs for the AGM. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the local organizing committee of Mansag, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to every one of you who have been here today. I want to thank all our sponsors who are seated at the back there, and all our vendors who have helped us in these 2 days. I'm sure you would appreciate how enriching these past 2 days have been. We don't want to take too much time because they will be setting this place up for the dinner, and I hope that everybody would come back here from 7 p.m. When we'll just let our heads down, and our dinner is intended to be very light so that we will have maximum enjoyment. So hopefully it won't be packed, and there will be some raffles as well. So there's a lot going on. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, our most efficient MC Okomama. Thank you, Dr. Onesi Ogedembe, who is the chairman of the local organizing committee. And thank you, every member of the LOC. I will meet back here again from 7 o'clock. And for those who are not staying, we wish you all a very, very safe journey back. Just up on that screen is a display of the winners of the presentations today, the best oral presentations and poster presentations. We will be sending them their certificates as well. Thank you.
Please, let's give Dr. Ugo a wonderful round of applause for coordinating everybody. Chairman LOC. And to you, you are the real attendants for these, you guys that stayed till this time. Thank you very much. Yes, no, the real people, you are the real guys. Not the ones that left. Not the ones that left. All right, see you later.